everybody. Welcome to Sports Talk Chicago. Bears Falcons coming up here in a minute. We're going to give you a play-by-play reaction. Don't go anywhere. But first, we have a pregame show this week. Joey Christopoulos, host of the Bear Down Show, Believe in Bears. Here, Corey Wooten has a really good interview with Will McFadden, who covers the Falcons. So they're going to get you set up for today's game. It's about 40 minutes. You're really not going to want to miss it. We're going to come back right after and go right into game time. Big game today. Will Matt Eberflus stay too? We got a lot to talk about, so keep it here on Sports Talk Chicago. For now, let's watch Joey and Will chop it up for the Bears Falcons here on this Sunday morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming into the show. Thank you for listening to us audio only on the Believe Network, wherever you get your podcasts, listening to us on Sirius XM. And also, if you're checking out the full video right now on Sports Talk Chicago, thank you so much to Sports Talk Chicago for showing Believe in Bears all year long in 2023. Fantastic episode coming up. So let's bring in our guest. He's a good friend of the show. He hasn't been on this season. I love having him on, getting his perspectives. He is Falcons insider and also host of Believe in Falcons. It's Will McFadden. What's up, Will?
What's up, Joey? Oh, man, I found that intro so fascinating because I love to see how other hosts read the Bet Online scripts. And yours was definitely upbeat, faster paced. There was a little bit of auctioneer, real radio DJ to that.
Who's ready?
That was a blast, man. How you doing? I'm excited now.
What is it? All rights reserved. All rights.
Exactly. Yeah, it was like the sped up end of when you're reading the legal and in the commercial. Yeah.
We're doing good over here in Believe in Bears. Things are as polarizing as ever with a bunch of different topics that we're obviously going to get into in today's show. But again, not to say that the Chicago Bears are playing meaningful football, even though they have a mathematical chance to make the playoffs. But again, another interesting matchup against a team that has plenty to play for, your team, the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to get to them in a second. We're going to do a little Bears talk off the top. I'm just kind of curious, though, from an outsider's perspective, we spend so much time in our own little silos here of Beardom. I would just love to get your perspective on what you've seen, what you heard, and what you think about the Chicago Bears team this season under Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned kind of the draft of it all, the Falcons still having something to play for, all of that. Like, I think the Bears are in such an interesting and kind of sweet spot, right? Because of the Carolina trade and knowing where the Panthers are, you can kind of live in both worlds, and you can sit there and say, hey, look, like we like where we're at with that number one pick. Hopefully it stays that way down the stretch. And you can also kind of say we need to get this team going under Eberflus and build some of that momentum at the end of the season and get things where you feel just positive about the team kind of rolling into the end of the year here. So I like kind of the fan position that y'all are in, even though the year's not going the way you want it to. And there is the whole Justin Fields of it all. You do almost get to have your cake and eat it too, in terms of if you're rooting for one side or the other. I do a piece for the Falcaholic.com where I kind of scout ahead the remaining opponents that the Falcons play. And so, for a while, I've been just paying attention to the Bears as one of the teams on the schedule. And I really, really like the defense. I've liked the defense all year. I think, TJ Edwards, Terrell Edmonds, Jalen Johnson, Montez Sweat, the addition of him, I mean, has been awesome. Like, just to see how he has exploded the last few weeks. I know the Falcons were kind of in on him, and I can't help but think of the difference that maybe he could have made in a game or two here. Just that they don't have that type of pass rusher yet. So I do think there's a lot to like about what Chicago has done defensively this year. But then you just look at the inconsistency on offense and just the little streaks that they'll go through when it seems like everything's clicking, and DJ Moore is one of the most dangerous receivers in the game. And you've got a run game that is kind of any back can get in there and get their yardage. And it's a little bit reminiscent of, like what the Falcons have had in recent years. But again, there's just not been that consistency, I think, at the quarterback position. And Falcons fans, know a lot about that. Certainly this year, but it's a little more disappointing when you are, I think, as far along with Justin Fields as Chicago is, because, it seems like it's coming to an end sooner rather than later. And I don't think it has lived up to the expectation and the excitement that a lot of people had when he was drafted.
you're bringing up so many great points, and it brings up something that I wanted to ask you about, because I feel like maybe the Falcons or Falcons fans are in a similar position of, we often mistake in the NFL the preseason optimism versus the regular season reality. And what I mean by that is the Chicago Bears started the season 0-4. And look, man, I was on every single show calling for Matt Eberflus's head. Should we be looking at closer to Ryan Poles? Blow this team up. This is terrible. They came out unprepared. They came out of the season, honestly, not very healthy, but the backups weren't ready to play. There's a lack of energy, lack of execution. They played terribly. And you're right, over this last second half of the season, the defense is completely turned around. It does look like a unit that you can build on moving forward in the future, and the optimism is building up on that side. But my question for you is, if the Chicago Bears, I had the Chicago Bears, I picked them at the beginning of the season to win 8 games. And I'm not sure what you had the Falcons winning in the preseason. And when I make that pick, I say, look, 8 games, gosh, that doesn't sound so bad. It's going to be competitive. We're going to win some games. We're going to have some close ones. We're going to feel this way, that way. And then when you get into the muck of it, when you get to that 7 or 8 win mark, it just doesn't feel quite the same that you feel like it would be in the preseason. 7 or 8 wins is not a great place to be in the organization. Do you feel that way a little bit with the Falcons, where, hey, you know, this team can compete and be 500, but the journey to get there maybe it was a little bit more painful than perhaps you thought in the preseason?
Man, you are hitting on something that is so fascinating, but so real, because you know what I like, what I think it is when we get to the offseason, our brains do this weird thing where we flip from the immediate and the micro to the macro, and you look at more of the longer term. All right, well, who are the cornerstones to build around? And then you get to the draft and the young pieces, and it becomes more of a project, a longer term project, and the state of the franchise. And what we forget when we're talking about these teams in training camp, and we're just excited to have football back and everything's a little rosy, you forget that when the NFL season starts, you live and you die based on what happens the Sunday that of each week. Like, there is no way to, it seems, remember that agony of just, wow, this season, mark it right here. This is the start of it falling apart. We have 16 more weeks of misery. My life is hell. Like, what is going on? It's just, you forget that in the offseason. And so, yeah, when you're sitting here saying, you know, I think it's going to be a year of progress. I think they're going to go 7-10, but, you know, we'll be feeling good at the end of the year. No, you won't. In week 12, you're going to be sitting here going, fire everybody. They stink. Get rid of the quarterback. We need to blow it all up. Like, I think I had the Falcons going 10-6. It was either 10-6 or 11-5, but 11-5 feels a little more optimistic than I usually am. So let's say 10-6. I did not see another. And right now, if they did not win another game, they would be 7-10 for the 3rd year in a row. The first 2 years under Arthur Smith, 7-10 was probably an overachievement. I think that's definitely fair to say. This year, 7-10 is an underachievement for sure. And the thing that I didn't see coming was the fervor with which the kind of fire Arthur Smith crowd ramped things up, and how quickly that happened and early in the year. I mean, really, like week 6, 7, 5, like that London game against Jacksonville, which was a back-to-back loss and kind of a second bad loss, you really started to see people disgruntled like early. And the Falcons had won their first 2 games that season. Like, they were 4-4. It's not crazy, right? And that has just lasted all year long. So that's how you get to this point where in year 3, the Falcons miss kind of the mark in terms of expectations, I think, for the first time. And you're already seeing, okay, should the coach get fired? I think in a lot of other places that would be a little bit premature, but that's just where we're at. And yeah, it's because it feels so disappointing, even though there are a lot of things to like about what the Falcons have done. It's just not all come together in the way people thought.
Yeah, it's just such a funny way to move through sports, because honestly, yeah, you know, as it sits here, the Chicago Bears finished 7-10. It's been hell. It's been really painful. But as we move into the offseason, there are going to be a lot of narratives out there that say, well, Matt Eberflus doubled his win record from the year previous, and he should come back and coach the team because he got 4 more wins than the 3 that he got the previous year. and we're supposed to equate that with feeling good about ourselves.
Yeah, is this Vanderbilt? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, no, it's a difficult place to figure things out. It's sort of the same situation of, not to excuse it because there's still problems, but when Chicago Bears fans, bitch about the offensive line, well, there's 20 other NFL teams that aren't really happy with their offensive lines too, is either. When we have a problem with coaching, as you mentioned in Atlanta, they're calling for the same stuff that we're calling for with Eberflus. There's 10 other teams in the NFL right now that aren't necessarily happy with their head coaches. So it's not always necessarily a Bears problem. It's a little bit about trying to find solutions through this NFL to get to that upper echelon, while everyone's sort of packed into the middle, which I think our two teams are a little bit. So before we move over to the Falcons, I want to try and bridge the gap a little bit. A big reason why I wanted to have you on was not just because the Bears are playing the Falcons in Chicago this week, playoff implications for the Falcons, minor ones for the Chicago Bears, but the future of the Chicago Bears has a particular tie into Atlanta. And by that, I mean, I said this back in September when we were 0-4. My co-host, the great Corey Wooten, is a big Justin Fields fan. In his opinion, he says that he has done enough to remain the Chicago Bears quarterback in the future moving forward, and to either take Marvin Harrison Jr. or trade the number 1 pick for a bevy of other draft capital and roll forward with Justin. Back in week 4, and I still kind of feel this way, is that I still think that the Bears organization at this time is leaning towards moving on from Justin Fields. We'll get to my opinion on it in a second, but at the time I said, the perfect landing spot for him, I thought, was the Atlanta Falcons. I think that it's a really interesting spot with the offensive pieces that make a lot of sense. Obviously, he's from the Georgia area. It feels like it could possibly be a fit as a trade partner in the offseason. My first question for you before you weigh in on how you feel about that is that something that Atlanta Falcons fans talk about? Is that in the narrative? Is that in the sphere on the Reddit chats about Justin Fields possibly becoming an Atlanta Falcon? And what would you think of that move if Atlanta wanted to go out and inquire about his services?
Yeah, it's absolutely something that people talk about down here. I mean, he is the local kid, obviously went to Georgia for 1 year before transferring out. So he would, I think, be welcomed back by a lot of people with open arms, right? And he is, and this is still a huge factor. I mean, I think it's probably underrated amongst people outside of Atlanta how big and how popular Michael Vick still is in terms of a football kind of figure and just the style of play and how he not only influenced the league, but like he influenced everything that like Falcons fans really want in a player. And so Justin Fields is much, much closer to a Michael Vick than anybody they've had since Michael Vick. So for those reasons, yes, like he would put butts in seats. He would be very popular, I think, immediately, if that is the route that the Falcons decided to go. I pre-draft in that draft, we heard rumblings that Justin Fields was kind of a popular player with Arthur Blank, the owner here in Atlanta. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why a connection like that makes sense. And, I used to be a little bit, I think, hesitant to the idea that Justin Fields or Lamar Jackson or somebody like that would be the quarterback here in Atlanta, just based on what I thought Arthur Smith's offense was kind of looking for. Last year with Marcus Mariota, that was more a product of, I think, necessity, right? The way the Matt Ryan stuff went down, the Deshaun Watson kind of getting in the thick of that and then losing him supposedly at the last second. Like, I feel like Marcus Mariota was a little bit of a plan D for Atlanta at quarterback last offseason. And so the offense they built, I commend them for. And I just don't think it's the one that ideally Arthur Smith wants to run. But then you fast forward this year to Desmond Ridder, and that just doesn't work the way we all expect. And that made me perhaps change my thinking a little bit and say, okay, well, we saw what an offense can be when you add that extra running element at the quarterback position and just how it changes the math. And it made Atlanta's run game one of the most dominant in the NFL, right? It's dropped off a little bit. And I do think the quarterback position has something to do with that. So Justin Fields would absolutely bring that element, but I do think it's still a little bit of a 50-50 thing for me, because what we saw from Taylor Heineke this past Sunday in Atlanta was just the veteran savvy of running an offense, play in and play out, and knowing that, okay, it's 2nd and 8. I just need to get 4 yards here. So whether that's me running it out of bounds or it's drop off to the check down, like the element of Arthur Smith's offense that's been lacking is that savviness. And I don't know if that's the part of Justin Fields' game that feels like it's missing at times. Just that awareness of like, all right, we're gaming, we're balling, and here's what we're doing. And you're making those winning plays, even if it's not the kind of biggest home run one. So yeah, I think Justin Fields would be welcomed in down here. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around whether that's something the Falcons will actually really pursue.
Right. And I think from the Chicago Bears side, I mean, I think they maybe have made up their mind a little bit, but I still think that there's 2 games to play and they want to see how it rolls out. Now, here's my big thing with Justin Fields. I think you're bringing up a really interesting point where I think for him personally, he has a hard time recognizing NFL Open. So he still thinks of it as college open, as in the guy makes his break and then he sees the literal separation between the defender and the receiver, and then he goes, I can throw the football. It's been a big problem in his career. It continues to dog him a little bit at times. The other big problem with it too is that he is a big game hunter, right? He wants to extend the play for 2 reasons. 1, so he could throw the ball down the field. 2, he's so explosive outside of the pocket. You know, even Justin Fields haters have to admit that when he gets outside of the pocket, he does make plays with his arm and with his legs too as well, and he's always looking for that. So what I always say is it's that 2.5 seconds after the ball is snapped, him making better decisions in those 2.5 seconds, and making life easy for him on those 4-yard pickups. It's something that he doesn't continuously has trouble grasping. Yeah, well, and honestly, that's another reason why I am still sort of, sticking around on maybe keeping Justin Fields, because when you talk about the contract, everyone's like, well, you're going to have to pay him in 2 years, which is factual. You're going to have to pay him big money. But the most interesting aspect about what the Chicago Bears have is with this Carolina Panthers pick, with this number 1 pick, what they did last year was they traded it. And instead of CJ Stroud, they got DJ Moore and they got Darnell Wright. So DJ Moore was on a great deal. He's on $17 million a year, but Darnell Wright's on a rookie contract instead of giving over $20 million a year to Mike McGlinchey. So in my opinion, it is an interesting dance that general manager Ryan Poles is going to have to figure out, what kind of steps he wants to do with this one, particularly where if you do keep Justin Fields, you can still trade the number 1 pick and get so much draft capital. And hopefully the idea is also to draft starters. And if you do draft starters at those positions, that's salary cap is going there, right? So it offsets itself where you're paying the quarterback, but you have a bunch of other people on rookie deals. It's kind of like, which one do you want to have? Would you rather have a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract and spending money in free agency on the 27, 28-year-old, cornerbacks and stuff like that, which we've seen hasn't worked in the past or can be a little dicey? Or would you rather just maybe pay your quarterback and get a bunch of draft capital coming back that you can then get a bunch of other people on rookie deals? I mean, it's advantageous for Ryan Poles, but man, can you imagine? I mean, this is really for the Chicago Bears. This is a huge pivot point in history. The Trubisky pick set us back to right now, which was 7 years, right? And we're at it again. Where, you can just wrap your head around it. I mean, this is a huge offseason for the Chicago Bears because it could, again, set them back another 7 years if they get this wrong.
Yeah, and I think the other element is partially an identity crisis, right? The Bears, if they're going to buy into Justin Fields, then they need to, I think, fully buy in and look at what, and this is easy to say because they look like the best team in the NFL right now, but like, look at what Baltimore did with Lamar. I don't think Lamar is the leading candidate for MVP right now on like 29 other teams, because I just frankly don't know if enough coaches are able to put aside an ego, are able to be smart enough, creative enough to say, look, like we've got this unique diamond. And so what works for everybody else isn't going to work for this diamond, right? And so I think Justin Fields, when you look at some of these extremely athletic and versatile players, it's like Isaiah Simmons was one of my favorite defensive players coming out a few draft classes ago. And I was like, this guy can do literally everything. He's going to be so good in the NFL. He's just he's just not been the player that I thought he was going to be. And I don't know if coaches in the league don't know how to use these guys that have just rare blends of athleticism and talent and stuff like that. And I kind of look at Justin Fields in the same way. If you don't pair him with maybe the right coach who sees, oh, this is your superpower, right? It may not be it may not be when we just think of mobility purely, like straight end speed, like, no, but it's mobility in this way, or it's the way that when you read this route, you do it better than anybody else. Like, you just need to pair him with kind of that right guy. And that's not to say that that's not on the staff currently, or that they're not working, because surely they do know that. But if you're talking about trading away the opportunity to not only start again at quarterback, but to start again with a rookie contract, while you have an asset that is still somewhat valuable and marketable, and you could trade and get draft capital back, and you trade away that one pick to get a lot more, like, you could really go the route of, we're going cheap and young, and we're using these draft picks to either then get veterans, or we're just drafting and kind of building everything up, and we're going to have a lot of free agency flexibility. That's interesting. You just need to make sure that you know that Justin Fields, that you know exactly what you're going to do with him, and that it's going to work, because then you've got a lot of young players who may not be in a successful situation to begin with. And then that's hard. And then maybe you taint the kind of joy and that young kind of class all coming up together and being a little bit of the promise group. So they definitely need to get this offseason right, for sure.
And there's also a parallel out there in the NFL that, and Corey talks about it all the time, is that Justin Fields, he sees a lot of comparables. He sees a lot of interesting parallels between him and Jalen Hurts. And if you kind of look at Jalen Hurts too as well, when Jalen Hurts got an opportunity, didn't play super great, didn't have a lot of offensive weapons. What was he throwing to, like Quintez Watkins or whatever? Fulgham. He was throwing to Fulgham there towards the end, and he had Dallas Goedert. And that a lot of the ways mimicked and was reminiscent of Justin Fields' rookie year. Now last year, now this year they got DJ Moore, which is basically the Devontae Smith. And if you look at Jalen Hurts' numbers with Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, they improved a little bit, but they weren't super impressive. And then that year after, when they trade for a guy like A.J. Brown, he's really the rug that ties the room together. All of a sudden, not only did Jalen Hurts' numbers go up, obviously the rushing touchdowns is what he's really known for, but then obviously the whole offense really works and everything starts really humming. So that's the other side of the Bears equation, is if you add the DJ Moore, who's the Devontae Smith, you've got the tight end. If you went out and got a guy like Marvin Harrison, who's supposed to be the A.J. Brown type, and you see that particular type of leap, that's also another fantasy that Chicago Bears fans have a little bit. And let's be honest, and this is just factual, I like Justin Fields a lot, but his consistency as a passer is the only, his inconsistency as a passer is the only thing that doesn't have the Chicago Bears primed in one of the most healthiest, promising positions any other NFL franchise could want, with tons of salary cap room, the number one pick, and let's just say a quarterback that they want to stick with, right? And now the fact that they have to kind of like decide between the two a little bit is the sticking point, and probably, could either have the Chicago Bears ascend in years to come, or have them, continuously mired in the mediocrity that they're already in. Now, to his credit, you could say what you want about Justin Fields, because he has a lot of things that still are wanting in his game, as in you don't get those easy little 4-yard completions. That's how the dude isn't throwing for 250 passing yards a game, because Kirk Cousins does that 10 times a game and gets those extra 40 to 50 yards just peppering the football and moving the chains. Justin has to work on that. He has a little bit of some fumbling issues, but here's the thing. Justin Fields continuously improves every single season. A little bit. Now, it might not be at the pace that a lot of people want. You'll hear a lot of stuff about, well, it's been 3 years, we should see it by now. He's only 24 years old. I think there is a really interesting question to be asked about how the college game is played and implemented today, and how these guys come out, and maybe they need to take a little bit more time of a maturation process in the NFL than maybe the 30 starts that we arbitrarily come up with in our head that says whether a quarterback is worthy or not.
That's
And
just it's a harder argument when you have CJ Stroud from the exact same school, right? Like that.
It's very true. It's very true. And look, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, look, CJ Stroud's on my fantasy team. I've watched a ton of him this season. He's looked fantastic. But like, let's also be honest here. It's still his rookie year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, he can. I'm not saying he will regress. I'm not saying he will ascend. I mean, let's play it out a little bit more.
And I apologize. I'm sure you've heard that a billion times. Like, that comparison is so easy. So it's low hanging fruit. And I apologize. Not throwing shade, but yeah.
No. What's interesting about that, honestly, is we love DJ Moore so much that we are not lamenting passing on CJ Stroud at this time. You don't really hear that too much in Bear circles. What you're hearing now is, and this is probably the question I want to present to you, is the hardest part that I'm having right now of whether or not the Bears should move on from Justin Fields is I hear a lot from experts, analysts, Bears fans, people commenting down below watching this video right now, is that the Chicago Bears need to move on from Justin Fields because they have the number 1 pick. And what I would personally would like to hear a little bit more of, there's a contrast here, is the Bears need to move on from Justin Fields because they're going to draft Caleb Williams, right? We're not hearing a ton of that. We're hearing it because of, well, we have the number 1 pick. This is what you do. You know, you need pull a lever, draft a quarterback. This is what you're supposed to do. I understand that completely. The part that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around is that, is Caleb Williams, in your opinion, an undeniable number 1 pick? I mean, it should be because it's Caleb Williams, not because it's just because you have the number 1 pick. Number 1 picks have been Baker Mayfield, go down the list. Where do you land on Caleb Williams right now? And where do you land on the philosophy of where the Bears might be sitting with this number 1 pick versus Justin Fields?
So if I'm understand, like, to you, it's about conviction, right? It's not just, we're moving on because we have this card in our hand. You want to be like
the player, not the scenario. Tell me more about the player and stop telling me about the scenario here. Yeah.
I got you. I don't know if that'll ever happen. Like, teams just are going to say that because they're just going to hold it close to the vest. But I totally get what you're saying. And I think that Caleb Williams, and I haven't really dug into everything yet. But I've watched Caleb Williams, of course, right? USC was one of the most fun teams. Well, not this past year, but 2 years ago, they were definitely more fun than this past year. But on the
they
TV
give it up on both sides.
And
points on both sides.
And I mean, and Drake London coming from USC. So I was familiar with Caleb Williams from watching kind of his tape a little bit. And I think that you see the ceiling is as high as any of these really, really elite prospects. And the question marks are different question marks than what you got with Bryce Young last year, right? Which are certainly much, much more concerning than, all right, well, he's got some of these maybe mechanical issues that he has been able to get away with at the college level because he just is so naturally talented, exactly in the same way of Patrick Mahomes, right? But if that is your comparison, and when you kind of are doing the little lottery and the quarterback traits all pop up and you're like, oh, wow, that's an amazing set of skills all in one player, we want to gamble on that. I think that if you've got the number 1 pick, shoot high, right? That's not necessarily the time to say, all right, the floor is really high, unless you're talking about an Andrew Luck, right? But that's what made Andrew Luck. Everybody knew he was going to be great, and he had such a high ceiling. I think when you're looking at Caleb Williams, the ceiling is that of an Andrew Luck. It is that of a Patrick Mahomes. Like, it's very, very high. It's higher than Trevor Lawrence, right? Even though he was in that conversation. So I think that that's worth betting on. And that's ultimately, if this was last year's draft and they had the number 1 pick, like, I don't know if that's necessarily when you're saying let's move on from Justin Fields at that time. I still, when it comes to the Justin Fields decision, it's just tough based on what you've seen. Like, you've seen it with him at quarterback. And yeah, you can see the improvement, but ultimately, like, you got to win these games, and you can look at a defense that has played well, and you do have nice pieces in the backfield, even though they kind of can't stay healthy all at the same time. And DJ Moore is an alpha at receiver. You can surround him more, but Cole Kmet's a nice option. Like, there are pieces, and you do wonder if could a little bit of a different change, a little bit of a different style at quarterback, maybe just fit it all a little bit better, right? So that's why this decision is so hard. I think I would lean a little bit more towards saying that Caleb Williams is, and this phrase gets used way too often, but like a generational type of prospect. I don't know what that means anymore when every single draft has like 4 generational prospects. But as far as generational prospects go, he's the generationaliest. I don't know. There you go.
Yeah, it reminds me of Star Trek. Generations, plural, many generations, all overlapping each other. Quick follow-up, just in your opinion. I mean, look, I'm with you, man. I've watched every single USC Caleb Williams game, but I haven't really dove into the tape like I'm going to in the off season. To be honest with you, as it stands right now, without me going and doing the full deal in this off season, I'm probably picking Justin Fields over Drake May. But I just want to get your take really quick. Where Caleb Williams, his footwork isn't great, and his size scares me. Does the size mean anything to you with Caleb Williams? That's the one part that has me also hesitant as well.
Refresh me. What's his height and weight?
They're saying he's 6'1", but there's no chance that he's 6'1". He's probably going to come in closer to 6 feet,
but that's right. But he's more like Russell Wilson-y, right? So I think that type of build doesn't really, like a Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson, like if you've got a little bit more like thickness to you. And I think Caleb Williams has that build, certainly, than being slighter and slender like a Drew Brees or a Kyler Murray or a Bryce Young. I think it doesn't worry me that much from kind of like a physicality standpoint.
Final one on this topic, then we're going to preview Bears Falcons this week. The rumor would be, if the Bears were to talk to the Atlanta Falcons about trading Justin Fields, it would be for a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick. Does that make sense to you? Does that a price align with probably what would be something that would interest you as a Falcons analyst?
I think that would be, acceptable, because if you look at what they were supposedly like kind of looking at trading for Montez Sweat, I think it was going to be multiple, maybe 2 2nd-round picks, a 2nd and a 3rd, something like that. So, I mean, to get a quarterback, that's not the worst. I think it's more the contract aspect of it all. And, it's not just the draft pick investment, but then it's how much of your salary cap you're locking up into one position, which is something that, Arthur Blank has spoken about in the past. They've done research into, teams that have X percentage wrapped up in a single player and a quarterback. Those teams don't win the Super Bowl, right? The teams that win the Super Bowl are usually right around this number. Like the Falcons have done research on that. So they're going to be very cognizant of not overpaying a quarterback, which is part of the reason why I do wonder, about some of these big name quarterbacks. Like, are they going to get kind of the next young guy who's moving and just is going to get a big deal soon? I don't know. But yeah. And I do think the other part of this is that it's become just a little bit easier to manufacture, I think, offense around the quarterback, right? And I feel like this is maybe the other side of that argument that I was saying about coaches, is just across the league, offense has been up for a long time now. And in some ways, people feel like they can mitigate the weaknesses of a young or a not complete quarterback. And in some ways they can. And I feel like the expansion of offense and just not ease, but just, I guess, the increase of scoring that we've seen around the league, I wonder if that does color the way that we look at some of these quarterbacks, especially the unproven guys. Because if you were a standout quarterback, right, if you were Carson Palmer and your talent level was greater than just kind of the run-of-the-mill other quarterbacks, because the position was a little bit more homogenous than I think it is now, your singular talent at that position could maybe raise your offense to where everybody else is scoring like 21 points a game. Now you're scoring 26, which is substantial at that time. So we're sitting here saying, man, Carson Palmer is so good. But now you have these runs where a Josh Dobbs offense can put up 35 points one week, and then he throws 4 picks the next. And it's like, is he great? I don't know. Can he put up 35 points a game, or does he suck? Like, there's just some other factors beyond quarterback play. Whereas earlier, I think with Tom Brady or Drew Brees or, whoever, Matt Ryan, it was easier to say like, wow, yep, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks in the league have to do that thing, and you do it better than them. Now, quarterbacks are asked to do a ton of different things depending on the scheme, and it's just harder, I think, to compare apples to apples.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. And I'm just trying to bring perspective to it, especially NFL fans now that want the greatness right now in this moment, because they've seen the greatness before, but greatness is special, doesn't come around very often. You have to appreciate it when it's there, not expect that it's going to continuously continue throughout time and evolve. We got to get out of here, Will. But what's your final score, man? The Falcons need this one, baby. Or do they, to get into the playoffs? Let's be honest, they'd probably be better off if they took a win, but they're going to go into Chicago. What's your final score? The Falcons going to beat the Bears this weekend. What do you got?
So I have been just famously horrible at all score predictions this year. In fact, after weeks of not taking unders involving the Falcons and picking the Falcons to win, I picked the I picked the under last week and the Falcons to lose. Neither of those things happened. So I'm gonna jinx the Falcons. I'm gonna say that they're going to win this one, but I think it's gonna be a pretty close, kind of back and forth, low scoring game, maybe an ugly middle stretch. I'm going to say like 23-21 Atlanta. The Bears have the ball late with a chance to maybe kick a field goal, and maybe the Windy City lives up to its name.
That's the question. I know that Chicago's getting some weather right now. We're taping this on a Wednesday, so let's all be fair to what we're prognosticating right here in this moment. But yeah, if it is a weather situation, I could see a little bit of a lower scoring game. I'll be honest with you. I kind of think the Falcons have the edge in this one. And when you talked about that defense, I think it's one of the underrated aspects, or one of the underrated units across the NFC. I don't think we talk a lot about, San Francisco's defense, Philadelphia's defense, Dallas's defense. I don't think Atlanta gets enough credit. And I'll be honest with you, I just wish this was a stretch right here for Justin Fields, especially with this Cardinals last week. With the opportunity to play really well, especially last week against a defense that wasn't very good. They got off to a great start, but again, with a lot of things with Justin Fields' career, it's always just been the totality of it, the 4 quarters. It wasn't there in the second half. I think we had 8 3-and-outs in the second half or something along those lines. So as much as I've wanted to have Justin Fields ride into the offseason playing fantastic offensive football, it just really hasn't clicked like that at this time. And it does kind of lend itself for me. I have this weird feeling that the Bears might lose to the Falcons this week. And then this big Bears-Packers matchup this last week, they end the season on a win. And I don't know what to make of myself. So I'll be honest with you, man. I'm also going to go. The Falcons need it really bad right now. And the Bears are still playing for something. There's still plenty to go for in the locker room, but I just don't think they have the consistency right now. So I'm kind of in a similar mode. I'm going to go actually lower. I'm going to go 20-16. I do think the Falcons are going to win. And 16 points for the Chicago Bears offense is not good news for Justin Fields, a dude that I root for, a dude that I like, a dude that I do think you can win with and be successful with. Just for whatever reason, it really just isn't kind of consistently clicking right now the way that I thought it would this late in the season. They might be without Cole Kmet. They're still a little banged up on the offensive line. Those both are not good news for Justin Fields' production. So I might be with you. I think the Falcons are going to come out with a victory there. You guys moved to 8-9. Then who do you guys play? Who's the last week?
New Orleans. So yeah, a nice chance, to potentially get into the playoffs. If Tampa loses the next 2, Atlanta wins the next 2, they'd win the division. If not, some tie break. If Tampa at any point wins another game, the Falcons would have to then kind of be in the wild card situation. But yeah, and they're not in the best shape wild card wise. But yeah, no, 16 points. I mean, that'd be a good day against Atlanta's defense. Atlanta's defense, as you mentioned, has been a really, really solid unit this year. And I think it's snuck up on a lot of the opponents that Atlanta has played this year. So again, Chicago fans, like Atlanta's defense, I think they've given up 2 touchdowns in the last 5 games total. So this past week, Jonathan Taylor became the first running back to score a rushing touchdown against Atlanta.
Wow.
In week 16. So that's how good they've been. They're a really good unit, and defense travels. So it could 100% be a low scoring afternoon.
Yeah, we just haven't been consistent enough, and that makes it a bad matchup for the Chicago Bears. So I'm a little worried about that offensively. And and 20 points is pretty decent from a defensive standpoint. But you guys, I think, will be able to make enough plays to make it happen. And when you have your kicker, what did he hit 5 field goals last week or something?
Yeah, NFC.
I do think that is a slight edge. If it turns into a field goal fest in Soldier Field, that is advantage Bears. So that could definitely make it a close game, which I think we're both predicting either way. So we're just going to have to see how it goes. But Will McFadden, man, thank you so much for coming on to Believe in Bears. Man, toss out your socials. Tell people how they can check out all your great content. Man, great to see you, my friend. I'm glad we got this in before 2023. Here's to the next time in 2024.
Yeah, heck yeah, dude. It's always a pleasure to pod with you. So it was great to do so once again. Everybody can follow me on Twitter at Will McFadden. I need to be better about learning my threads social, I guess, but you can check me out there too. You can find my written work at thefalcoholic.com and check us out. Believe in Falcons, same name. Got a YouTube channel if that's how you prefer to listen to podcasts, or you can find us Spotify, iTunes, any of the great places. So yeah, that's where I'm at these days.
Yeah, and if we head into an offseason where Justin Fields and the Bears are talking to the Atlanta Falcons about possibly making a deal, Bears fans is a great place to go to get some inside perspective all through the offseason. Definitely give Will McFadden a follow at the very least, and then check out his work all throughout the season. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. Be well, be safe. Please be good to each other. Remember, it's the end of the year. It's 2023. Hope springs eternal. Hope springs anew in 2024. So what better reason to be good to each other? Bear down, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back next year.
Hi, everybody. Welcome into Sports Talk Chicago Bears and Falcons right here on STC, on the YouTube page, on Twitch, also on Instagram. You can follow us all over at Sports Talk Chicago. If you're here on YouTube hanging out with us, stay with us. We're going to be here for the next 3.5, 4 hours doing the entire Bears game, play-by-play, plus a post-game show. We're going to keep it here for halftime as well. Big thank you to Joey and Will. Really, really fun and good pregame show with lots of good conversation in there to set us up and tee us up for the Bears Falcons here today. I'm Jon Zaghloul. John Meadows is here directing, producing, running graphics, making sure everything runs smoothly. If you're here on YouTube, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We lost a couple of subscribers this weekend with the videos that we've been putting out, but we don't care. It's fun to have fun conversations, have a dialogue, and, that's the beauty of this channel, the beauty of sports, the beauty of us being on the radio and on TV, is the fact that we can have spirited debate, spirited conversations, whether people like it or not, and, have a good time debating topics. So it's exciting to have everybody here. This is STC. Want to tell you, too, to hit up all of our great radio and TV affiliates, by the way. At the top of your screen, got WKAN 105.5 The Ticket, ACTV, JED-TV, WJOB, and Cities 92.9 Talk FM. This past week, in case you missed it, by the way, go back. Billy Wagner, current Baseball Hall of Fame candidate. We did an exclusive interview with him Wednesday night live and actually picked up some awesome traction on Twitter. Got over 55,000 views on Twitter. Really pulling for Wagner here as the Baseball Hall of Fame vote comes to a close. And the results are going to be revealed here in January. Very exciting. Hoping he gets in, and excited to have all of you here for Bears football this Sunday afternoon. Wade, good to see you. Robbie as well. Joseph. Let's see. Be Wicked. What's up, John and Daniel? Hi, John from Bozeman, Montana. Great, great show. Better days lie ahead for the Bears. Daniel, good to see you as well. We, again, want to give a big shout-out and a big thank you to Joey. That was an awesome pregame interview, and it really worked out perfectly in timing. Thanks to John for cutting it up and making it that way. It went up right up to game time here, so we're just about ready for kickoff. It's going to be Bears-Falcons. Falcons at 7-8, Bears at 6-9. Falcons are going to be starting Taylor Heineke at quarterback, not Desmond Ridder, who's been benched again. And Justin Fields coming on out for the Bears. And we will see how this one plays out. But it's going to be Bears in Atlanta. Atlanta desperately needs a win to stay alive in the NFC playoff picture at 7-8. They are on the outside looking in. Right now they're contending not only for a wild card spot, but technically for a division spot. If they win, though, and I believe the Saints win, or no, I'm sorry, the Buccaneers win, I think their division hopes are going to be over. But a win for them keeps them in the wild card hunt as the last couple of games of this season get underway. The Bears face off against the Packers next week for their final game of the year. Man, we're excited. I'm excited to be here. It's good to be here. Good to see everybody. Good to do some play-by-play here today and hang out. I think it's going to be a fun game to watch, win or lose. It is snowing in Chicago. As we drove in today, there was some snow, fighting some slushy roads and fog, and I'm sure for the Bears it's going to be the same on the field. I would expect kicks to be a challenge today. Not kidding. You know, when you're going to be kicking into winds, into snow, it's probably going to be difficult. So look for that to be a major part of the game because, a 50-yard field goal, in weeks past would be more of a chip shot. Today it's going to be a real challenge. In addition to holding onto the football, I think fumbles are going to be more prevalent today as well. Trying to hold onto that ball as you run, when that ball is filled with wetness and snow and ice and bad field conditions, it is going to be a crazy game. Dan Tanner, my man. Yo, John, let's go. Dan, good to see you. I promised Dan I'd say it, and I'll say it now. Dan has a cousin who's going to be playing today on the Falcons. His cousin is Jesse Bates on the Falcons. So that's Dan's cousin. Dan, obviously a great friend of this program. And Jesse Bates III, the safety number 3, is Dan's cousin. So I will say, I know, we're watching the Bears, looking for a win, all that stuff, but I'm going to be personally rooting for Jesse as well. I hope he has a good game for you, Dan. Super exciting. So Jesse Bates is Dan's cousin, and he's going to be out there defending, playing against the Bears on defense against Justin Fields. We got 35 of you here already, and this is going to be a good one. From Soldier Field, we are calling this game remotely from our Chicagoland studios. It is Bears, and it is the Falcons. Michael Cross, go Bears. Yes. Play-by-play, reaction to come. A lot of fans out Soldier Field braving the cold weather. Michael H., I'm hoping that JF has a good game as I think Atlanta is one of the most likely trade partners to get JF out of Chicago. And, kind of a revenge game today. Remember, Ryan Pace is with Atlanta. Ryan Pace is an executive in the Atlanta Falcons front office. I wonder if he's probably at Soldier Field today, taking this one in. So, very interesting, the parallelism there. The field is wet. There is snow. This is football weather. A lot of snow. So here we go. Kickoff about to commence. The Bears are going to kick this one off to start off today's game. Santos is back. Puts his hand up. And here comes the opening kick. This kick will go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. And here comes Atlanta. As they start off offensively, Taylor Heineke gets the start today. 4 touchdowns, 1 pick in limited time. He has replaced Desmond Ridder as the starter for the rest of this season. Is Heineke going to be a permanent option? Probably not, but for now, he is the option for Atlanta to end the year. A fresh 15 on the clock. This is the first game Heineke's ever played against the Bears. He starts off in the shotgun from the 25. It's 1st and 10. Oh, it's a little bit of trickery. Heineke going downfield. That ball's caught wide open. And a big catch and a big play for Atlanta on 1st down. Drake London with the reception. That ball transferred between 3 different players. Heineke flipped it to a running back who flipped it to somebody else who gave it back to Heineke, and Heineke found London way downfield. Flipped it initially to Robinson. So it's 1st and 10 from the 47. Receiver in motion. Heineke hands this one off. It's Bijan Robinson with his first carry of the game. He reverses field. Robinson has some room to run. Here goes Robinson. Robinson with tons of room. A 20-yard gain. Bijan Robinson. Wow. What an electric start for Atlanta. Robinson had nothing. So he reversed the entire direction of his run, found a corner very easily, and kept moving. The Falcons are in Bear territory. What a start for Atlanta. Robinson on the sideline for this play. 1st and 10. Receiver in motion, shotgun for Heineke. He fakes the handoff. Heineke looking downfield, going to go deep. End zone. It's incomplete. Into double coverage, hits the intended target. Atlanta is aggressive here. I mean, I am stunned at how this game has started. With all this weather and all these issues, they're looking good to start, I have to say. 2nd down and 10. It's the first 2nd down of this game for Atlanta. Wildcat formation. Ball is out. It's fumbled. And the Falcons drop on top of it. Robinson was trying to take the direct snap, and Heineke was called to be in motion. Heineke fell on the football as that ball was fumbled. So a 7-yard loss. It's 3rd and 17 now on this play. The snow picks up and gets heavier. 13-13 to go. Heineke from the shotgun. Back to pass. Fires. A quick pass. That ball is caught, but not enough for the first down. Catch made by Drake London right around the 31. It's going to be 4th down. That fumble really ended up costing Atlanta. I don't know what they're going to do here. If they try a field goal, though, there's no guarantee that it goes in. They are going to attempt the field goal. Young Ho Koo, one of the best kickers in the game, 30 of 33 this season. He's going to kick for 50. Considering the wind and the snow, it's going to be a tough kick. The kick is up, and it is no good. Koo missed it. It's still scoreless. Wow, the kick was short. The wind suppressed the football. And the Falcons, after starting off so hot, score nothing. What a weird way to start off this game. They looked hot to begin, but just couldn't finish the drive. And as we talked about, going to be hard to kick field goals. A 50-yarder, which is, routine, usually. Not routine in this weather. So the Bears essentially forced a touchback. They're going to get the ball around their own 30, maybe 31-yard line. What an awkward beginning, Dan. I agree, but the snow is kind of tough, and that's going to be an issue. We already saw one fumble from Atlanta. I expect some from both sides here today. And if you want to score points, get as close as you can to the end zone, especially if you're going to kick or try and punch one in. It is going to be tough to kick long field goals in this weather. By the way, a huge shout out. We got 71 people already here. Love it. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. See, this is why the Bears need a dome. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Although it still may happen. This is why. No more, no weird Soldier Field grass. You could just be in a dome in Arlington and have it all be good. Well, here we go. Bears going to have the football for the first time today after they force Atlanta to score nothing, despite a nice drive for Atlanta, at least in the beginning. The Bears have the football at their own 40. DJ Moore in motion. It's 1st and 10. Shotgun for Fields. Back to pass. Fields with some time. He's going to fire deep downfield, and that ball is caught by DJ Moore as he slides out of bounds. What a catch! I think he stayed in. Going to take a look at the replay one more time. I believe he got 2 feet. He did. Great catch by DJ Moore. The Bears all of a sudden are in Falcon territory inside the 30. Shotgun, 1st and 10. Fields fires out of bounds, incomplete. Going to be 2nd and 10. So a big completion to start off this game for Fields to his guy DJ Moore. 2nd and 10 to come. That last pass also intended for Moore, but a little bit overthrown. 2nd and 10. Shotgun for Fields. 3 wide receiver set for Chicago. 2 tight end set. High snap. It's going to be pitched to Khalil Herbert, who picks up about 5 yards on that run. Herbert with a productive run there. 3rd down to come. Deontay Foreman is a healthy scratch for today's game, so it's going to be the Khalil Herbert show with mixes of Roschon Johnson. Shotgun for Fields. Herbert in motion. Lines up as the running back. And that ball's fumbled. The ball's out, and Atlanta recovers. Now a flag on the play coming in late. False start on the Bears. And I think that penalty is going to be... Wait. Oh, they're going to accept it? So there's no turnover. Maybe they whistled the play dead. Yeah. So no fumble officially, although that was close. 11 flat to go. It's a 5-yard penalty, 3rd down and 9. Shotgun for Fields. Tunyon in motion. 4 wide receiver set. Here's Fields back to pass on 3rd and 9. Has a lot of time. He's going to check this one down, but it'll be enough for the 1st down and more. Roschon Johnson inside the 10. First and goal. The Bears taking advantage of good field position. They're inside the 5. Tunyon in motion. Shotgun for Fields. Fields is going to run it himself. He's taken down. A hard hit. Campbell with a tackle for a loss for Atlanta. He got hit hard. So the designed run there did not work. A big loss on that play. Going to be 2nd and goal for Chicago. .35 to go. Shotgun for Fields. Tunyon in motion. Herbert in at running back. Fields takes a high snap, rolls out, he fires. That ball is caught for a minimal gain. Oh, actually, I think incomplete. Scott hauled it in, but did not get 2 feet in. Going to be 3rd and goal for Chicago. 9 minutes to go. Shotgun for Fields. 4 wide receiver set. Fields back to pass. Fires to the end zone. That ball is caught. Touchdown, DJ Moore. And the Bears make it 6-0. I think there was a one-handed catch from Moore in the back of the end zone. A great play to keep 2 feet in. It was one-on-one coverage, and Moore brought that in with one hand. And he got 2 feet in. What a catch. DJ Moore. And it's 6-0. The PAT is going to be coming from Santos, recently paid a 4-year extension. Kick is up, and it is good, even in this weather. 7-0. Good start to this game for Chicago. And the Bears take an early lead. Good field position. They started at their own 40, drove 60 yards fairly quickly, and scored a touchdown. Thank you for the FYI, Rich, too. The Jaguars are up 3-0. And I think, we're following that because the Jaguars are facing the Panthers. The Jaguars are not starting Trevor Lawrence. He's hurt. So, Rich, you're welcome to continue to update us in the comments on how that game's going, too. Fields auditioning to play for the Falcons next season. That was an anticipatory throw from Fields. He threw him open. Yep. Hey, great throw by Fields to lead more in the right direction. Fitted in the tight window that was already over there and made something happen. If the Bears win 7 or 8, is this considered a successful building season? Probably will be. I like to look into how these games were won and how these games were played. I still think we saw a lot of rookie-ish mistakes from Matt Eberflus. I mean, we saw a lot of problems this year from Eberflus specifically, from Fields, from Getsy. Is this going to be considered a building season? Well, the media is going to spin it that way. And based on raw numbers, maybe yes. But if we look into how things went out and how things played out, this was not a perfect season by any regard. Jim George from Hyde Park, good to see you, man. Gio, good to see you as well. Good to be here with you. And Wade, you're not here, or you're outside not watching. Well, appreciate you keeping it here with us to tune in. Lucas, I don't think it got better every week, though, because the Bears just blew a game. They've blown games as of late, too. So I don't think it's really gotten better every week. I think they've benefited by a really easy schedule to end the year. And, time will tell whether or not it was truly an improvement, especially as we look to next year. And I will never defend Matt Eberflus, Lucas. But you can, but I never will. Trenton Gill is going to be doing the kicking honors here. Cordero Patterson back to return, so it's not going to be Santos. Gill will kick off the tee for the Bears here as they lead 7-0. And this will go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. So, Falcons looked hot to begin their drive last time, but ended up scoring nothing. What will they do here? Taylor Heineke and company coming out for their second offensive possession of this game. Heineke. Back at it here. 1st and 10 out of the shotgun is Heineke from the 25. 4 wide receiver set. Bijan Robinson in motion. Hand off to Robinson. Not a lot of room to run there. He's taken down right around the line of scrimmage. That was Jervon Dexter on the tackle. And Dan, thank you for the donation, my friend. Well, Cuzzo number 3 got burned. I'm a realist, LOL. What up to John Meadows also? Love it. Thank you, Dan. I know he got burned there, but hey, I hope he makes a play later. Maybe a pick or something. That'd be really cool for him personally. Got 2nd and 10. Heineke calls out an audible. Robinson lines up as a wide receiver. He's in motion. 4 wide receiver set. Heineke back to pass. In trouble, steps up in the pocket, and he is going to scramble and gains about 4 yards. So Heineke avoids the pressure, dives, and gains a couple. 3rd down. 3rd down and 6 officially. Heineke already set up in the shotgun. He's trying to hurry up. Now calls out another audible. Robinson in motion, was lined up as a wide receiver, now lines up back in the running back position. 4 wide receiver set for Atlanta from the 29. They need 6. Back to pass is Heineke. Pocket collapsing quick. Heineke on the run. Heineke's going to run for it. He gets the 1st down and more. Taylor Heineke with a big run, moved the chains. Atlanta stays alive with the football. Kind of shocked he had some room there, but he made it work. And the Falcons stay alive on this offensive possession. Heineke not known to be a runner, but could certainly scramble, and he's shown off those abilities in these past couple of plays here. 1st and 10. Shotgun for Heineke. Bijan Robinson in at running back. 2 wide receiver set here. Heineke hands this one off to Robinson, who has some blocking. He gains about 4 before being taken down. Robinson, of course, the starter in college, and Roschon Johnson, his backup. And both guys have made impacts already here today. And a Bears player down on the ground and hurt. That is Tyreek Stevenson, not somebody you want to see hurt. Stevenson on the ground, and he's going to require some medical attention. Injury timeout now. So, Stevenson is hurt. Tough to see. Meanwhile, shout out to everybody for already being here. 96 of you here with us. Remember to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and hang out with us for the rest of this one. We're going to be live throughout the game. We're going to be live at halftime. We're going to have a post-game show. Encourage all of you to stay here with us and hang out for the entirety of this one. We love having you here, even if we disagree. This is Jon Zaghloul, Sports Talk Chicago. John Meadows is directing and producing. Big shout out to all of our great radio and TV affiliates you see at the top of your screen. So in case you don't know, or you're new to the channel, we have a radio show and a TV show. And everything that we post on this channel airs on radio and TV locally in Illinois and Indiana across all the stations listed. We're working on adding a few more as well. So if you support us, hit up those stations and support the stations as well. They do a good job of airing us every week, and they're great partners to be working with. Fields and the same coaching staff likely to stay next season. Owner's MO not going to change overnight. Is there another new affiliate up there, John, says Dan? The newest one as of late, I believe, is KAN and 105.5 The Ticket. But we are going to be adding more to come. We're in talks with a couple. One actually is pretty imminent, going to be happening within the next, I'd say, 2 weeks. So that one's going to be exciting up in northern Illinois. So we're going to have a good time expanding up there. But KAN and 105.5 The Ticket are the newest ones. They're owned by the same company. WKAN is a legacy heritage station in Kankakee. They air us on the weekends. And 105.5 The Ticket is an all-sports station in Wilmington, Joliet. And they air Fox Sports Radio all day long. Some of our friends, good friends on Fox Sports Radio, like Mike Harmon and Jonas Knox, who are friends of this show, they air us on the weekends too. And thank you, Dan. So, looks like the injury timeout's just about ending. We'll find out if whatever we can on Tyreek Stevenson. Hopefully he's okay on the sideline. Got 101 of you here with us now, too. So here's Atlanta with the football, 2nd and 6. Shotgun for Heineke. Heineke steps up. He's going to run again. First down for Taylor Heineke into Bears territory. He slides in untouched. Right out of the injury timeout, Heineke continues to scramble and find ways to move the ball forward. Impressive. Considering the weather, though, he has to be careful. He continues to run. That ball could pop out at any time. It's working now, though, for Atlanta. 1st and 10, Heineke with 22 rushing yards. Receiver in motion. Shotgun for Heineke from the Bear 48. Heineke fakes the handoff. Has time in the pocket. Fires downfield. That ball's caught. First down and more for Atlanta inside the 30. Drake London on the reception. A big one at that. Atlanta driving themselves, trying to one-up the Bears, or at least match the Bears after their touchdown. It's 1st and 10. Heineke's 3 of 4 for 50 yards. Shotgun for Heineke here inside the Bear 30. It's 1st and 10. Receiver in motion. That's Pitts. And a handoff. Decent run there for Atlanta. I believe that was Al Geyer, and it was. He gains about 4, maybe 5. Bryce Young is injured, according to Gritty Gone. Andy Dalton's going to be playing quarterback now for Carolina. That's an interesting twist. 2nd and 5, a 5-yard gain on that play from Al Geyer. The fullback in motion for Atlanta. 3 wide receiver set. Fisk in motion. Now a handoff to Robinson, who gets tripped up and gains pretty much nothing there. Maybe 1 yard if he's lucky. Good job by the Bears defense with that stop of Robinson. Third down and 5 for Atlanta. Another drive in which they started off hot, but now face a critical 3rd down. Heineke out of the shotgun. Atlanta has trips to the far side. A 5 wide receiver spread for Atlanta. Shotgun for Heineke. Calls out notable. 3rd and 5. Back to passes Heineke. In trouble. Fires deep downfield. Incomplete. He overthrew his man. Jefferson was open downfield near the end zone, and Heineke just couldn't get it there. A lucky break for the Bears. And now Atlanta has a decision to make on 4th down. Time to kick a field goal again. Young-Ho Koo, he missed from 50 earlier. The wind is crazy. Here he goes from 42. The kick is up, and it is no good. It hit the post, and he missed again. 7-0, Chicago. A la Cody Parkey. I'll mention that. John just reminded me, CBS put this up on their graphic. In games under 40 degrees, Atlanta is 0-5 as a football team. So that's interesting. Hey, Brew, digging your play-by-play. Great energy. Love it. Thank you. Play-by-play is fun. That's why we do it. We really enjoy this, and we enjoy everybody hanging out. Double doinked, Andy. I still laugh that this kicker's name is spelled Young-Ho. Hilarious. That win must be crazy because he's not a bad kicker. He isn't a bad kicker. Calamity J. John is the best at play-by-play. John's voice can be such a sports announcer's voice, so I appreciate all of you for that. Yeah, my background is play-by-play before even getting into more of a talk radio type thing. So, and a talk TV, talk sports thing. Play-by-play is how it started. So I appreciate all of you saying that, and we love doing this. And that's what makes our channel fun. We offer things that other channels just don't or can't. So you should really subscribe. Shameless plug. Subscribe, hit the like button, hang out with us here on SDC. Got 106 of you here with us. Bears, Falcons, live. We're doing play-by-play reaction here on SDC. It's Jon Zaghloul and John Meadows directing and producing. Still 7-0, as Atlanta has missed twice on 2 field goal attempts inside 50 yards. It is crazy out there at Soldier Field. A lot of bad weather. There's snow, there's wind, there's wet conditions. So maybe Atlanta should be shooting for a touchdown next time, not a field goal. They're pulling a Matt Eberflus. They've got to do better. So here we go. 7-0 Bears. 3:17 to go first quarter. Bears will get the football back after the missed field goal. And here is Justin Fields to start. Shotgun for Fields from their own 32. Here's Chicago. Fields on 1st and 10. Taylor in motion. It's a handoff to Herbert, who gains nothing. Maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. Flag comes in late as well. There is no flag on the play. The flag's picked up. Going to be 2nd down. No gain on that play either for Herbert. Probably 2nd and 10 here. 3:11 to go, first quarter. Second and 10 for Chicago. Shotgun for Fields. Cole Kmet in on this play as well. Heavy set for the Bears with a couple of tight ends. Only 2 wide receivers. High snap, corralled by Fields. Fields will keep it himself and run, and he gets maybe 3, definitely 2. 3rd down to come. 3rd and long. Third and 7 for Chicago. Shotgun here for Fields. Trips to the far side. 4 wide receiver set officially for the Bears. Fields back to pass. Fires deep downfield. And it is caught by DJ Moore. And over the shoulder catch. First down, Chicago. Another great play by DJ Moore, and a good pass there by Justin Fields. Over the shoulder. Looked like a Willie Mays type play. What a catch. Moore. Shotgun for Fields. Roschon Johnson in motion, lines up as a wide receiver, 5 wide for the Bears on this play. It's 1st and 10. Fields back to pass. Has some time. Now he's going to run the football. And, he will run. After some pressure, he gains maybe 8. Nice job by Fields to scramble out of the way there. 2nd down. DJ Moore and Justin Fields with big connections so far in this one. It's been a big game for Moore specifically, which is nice to see. Moore already with 71 receiving yards and a touchdown to his name. 2nd and 1 for Chicago. A career high already, too, for DJ Moore in receiving yards. Fields under center for this play. Handoff. And the Bears, I think they might have gotten enough there. Officially, probably a 1-yard gain and just enough to get the first down for Chicago. The chains are moved. It's 1st and 10. 35 seconds to go. Clock is stopped now at 36. An Atlanta player down on the field. He's a bit hurt. And that looks to be Zach Harrison, the defensive lineman, number 96. He's down being attended to by some medical personnel. So it's 7-0, and they may take an injury timeout on the field. The Bears driving quickly. At minimum, they're in field goal range here, although field goals aren't going to be a sure thing today. But it is 1st and 10. Harrison walking up under his own power. He's the rookie defensive lineman out of Ohio State. So Harrison wincing in pain, but he's off the field. 1st and 10, 36 seconds to go. The Bears will have to call one more play. The play clock's at about 22. Bears line up on offense. I formation for Chicago. It's a pitch. Khalil Herbert with some blocking. Gains 2. Right up near the 20, on the cusp of the red zone, and that's where the Bears will be to start off the second quarter. We're at zeros in the first. The Bears are up 7-0. So the Bears lead after 1. A lot of time to go. We know that, but it's a start for Chicago. Certainly a good game for Fields and DJ Moore, both of them, and their connection has been huge. Fields is 5 of 6 for 94 yards and a touchdown. And Moore has 71 receiving yards. He's caught 71 of Fields' 94 passing yards. So that is interesting. Got 107 of you here with us now. Just going to do a quick reset for those just hopping in. This is Sports Talk Chicago, about to start the second quarter of the Bears and Falcons game. We do play-by-play and commentary for the entirety of this one. We're going to keep it here for a halftime show and a postgame show as well. This is Jon Zaghloul. John Meadows is directing and producing. If you like what you hear, we'd appreciate a subscription and a like on this video. Share it. Let other people know that this is the place to be for Bears play-by-play. We do our best to read your comments as well. Koo with the 2 missed field goals is surprising, usually consistent. I'm with you, Dan. I mean, I'm pretty shocked. Koo entered today's game with the highest field goal percentage in football. So, unfortunately, not working for him today. The elements playing big part. Hard to kick in Chicago in December, even for the kicking. Yep, even for Koo. Yep, I agree. Really hard. So we're going to have to see how the rest of this one plays out. Atlanta's had a couple of nice offensive possessions. The problem is they can't finish. They start hot and then finish with either field goal misses or just not doing anything. The Bears have done a good job at completing possessions. That's why they're up 7-0 right now after 1. So that's been the big difference in this one, because if you look at totals and if you look at offensive totals, right, the Falcons and Taylor Heineke have not been playing bad at all either. The issue is finishing. Both teams actually pretty even on total yards. 102 for the Falcons, 114 for the Bears. Both teams even on first downs. I mean, they're very even. But the difference is the Bears are finishing their drives and Atlanta isn't. And Lucas, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, hit the likes if you guys would like. We would appreciate it. Got 112 of you here with us now. I formation for Chicago. Blasting game in motion. Fields fakes the handoff. He rolls out. He's going to throw. That ball's caught inside the 10. Robert Tonyan on the reception. Nice play there. Looked like a run. Blasingame was in motion as the fullback, and instead Fields kept it, rolled out, threw off his back leg, and found Tonyan open, hovering around the 10-yard line. It's first and goal for Chicago from the 10. Shotgun for Fields. Taylor in motion. Trips to the far side. Fields is going to run it. A delayed run. QB draw. Fields is in. Touchdown, Justin Fields. And the Bears make it 13-0. Couple of Atlanta defenders arguing with the officials. But Fields is in. As of right now, it's 13-0. I think he got in. The question is, did he step out at the 1 or not? But I think he was in. I think he was there. And as of right now, it's a touchdown. Take a look one more time. Oh, he was looking for a holding call, and he didn't get one. The Atlanta defender. And Fields got in for the touchdown fair and square. He was in. That's a touchdown. Here comes the PAT from the newly paid Cairo Santos. (14-14) in the second quarter. The kick is up, and it is good. 14-0 Chicago. So the Bears looking electric on offense, even in this weather. It's quite surprising, I have to say. And the Bears are stomping all over Atlanta's party. Atlanta needs a win really bad. I think if they lose, they might even be eliminated from playoff contention. And they are not looking like they're ready to play so far. Bears up 14-0. A great start to this one for Chicago. Fields' Achilles heel is Getsy and pocket presence. Fair enough. Will Luke Getsy return? Well, if Matt Eberflus is going to return, I have a feeling they're going to pin this on Getsy. I would think he's going to be the scapegoat. They'll probably fire him. Could be wrong, but we'll see. 14-14 to go, second quarter. Atlanta will get the ball again to give it another try. Atlanta really needs a score to stay alive, though, in the rest of this one. I mean, although I shouldn't say that. I mean, the Bears have blown big leads before this season, but I'll tell you, if they're down 21-0, it's going to be hard for them to come back. Not impossible, as we've seen this year, but it's going to be hard. So we're going to have to see what Atlanta comes out with here on this next drive, but you'd think there'd be some urgency, not only for the rest of this game, but again, remember, if Atlanta loses, I believe that they're going to be eliminated from playoff contention. Not that they were going to make it, but still. Their hopes are going to be over. And Kmet's playing today. Kmet is not out. Kmet is playing. Has not made much of an impact yet. Maybe he's limited, I know, after his injury, but he is active today, and he was on the field for a couple of plays. But we are seeing more of a usage of Robert Tonyan, probably in terms of especially blocking and, more physicality because Tonyan is healthy in full. If Flus stays, I'm really wondering what they do at the DC position. Yeah, I really don't know. And maybe they don't hire anybody. Maybe they keep it the way it is and hire another defensive analyst, and then, Flus is calling plays. I have no idea. Mooney is going to go to the Chiefs. I'll tell you what, he would succeed wherever he goes. I think Darnell Mooney is a good number 2 to number 3 wide receiver, no doubt. I think, this year he's had miscommunications with Fields. I think there have been a lot of overthrows and drops both ways. They just haven't been on the same page. So Trenton Gill is going to kick. Cordero Patterson, the former Bear, back to receive. Here comes Gill to kick this one off. Patterson will let this go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Here comes Heineke. Heineke, not a stranger to cold weather. He's played a lot of cold weather games back with the Commanders. The Falcons right now have a 10% chance to make the playoffs. If they win, their probability rises to 17%. So they really have a long way to go. They are a long shot team, but if they lose, it is over for them. They need something. They need a victory today. So they're playing, I guess, maybe frantic and desperate. First and 10 for Heineke and the Falcons. Out of the shotgun, Heineke back to pass. He's in trouble. Free blitzer. He ends up checking this one down at a big gain. Oh, my goodness. O'Geyer down the sideline, and he is still going 10-5, and he's in. Oh, my goodness. Touchdown, Falcons. A screen, and O'Geyer goes all the way 75 yards. Wow. And Heineke was blitzed by a free blitzer, almost sacked. That was Brisker over there. Completed the pass, and O'Geyer went all the way. Wow! Had room to run. 75 yards for the touchdown. There comes the PAT from Young Ho Koo. The kick is up, and it is good this time. 14-7. And all of a sudden, it's a one-possession game. Wow. Can you believe that? Coaching fail, got out coached. Yep, but guess what? Matt Eberflus is coming back, people. So don't worry. Don't fret, because he's returning no matter what. I'm so happy, just getting exposed at least. I mean, this is ridiculous. 75 yards on a screen in which Heineke was literally a second from being demolished. This is ridiculous. I love screen passes, by the way, too. I love them. When they work like that, that's beautiful football. The Bears can never work it like that because they suck at screens. Just a little sidearm pass, and O'Geyer did the rest with his legs, had amazing blocking, and he went all the way, found a good angle down the sideline, and never stopped running. They're looking for flags, or I don't know what they're looking for. There were no flags on the field. Nope, that was a clean play, and O'Geyer went all the way down. Here comes the kick now from Atlanta. After the big touchdown for them, that really shoots them in the arm with some big momentum. That ball will go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Velus Jones lets it go. 13:59 to go. 14-7. That was the longest offensive touchdown this season for Atlanta. And, of course, it happens against Eberflus's defense and the Bears. So, here is Justin Fields and company back on the field. The Bears need to do something really on this drive just to keep the momentum going. 14-7. 14 minutes flat on the clock. It took a minute for Atlanta to go all the way. First and 10 for Chicago from the 25. High formation. Moore in motion. Blasingame also in motion. Fields fakes the handoff. Fields fires. That ball nearly picked. Instead incomplete. That would have been a pick six. Went right through the arms of the Atlanta defender. Yeah, John just corrected me here. 14 seconds it took Atlanta to score on that last drive. It was a 14-second drive leading to 7 points. Second and 10, 13:55 to go. Second quarter for Chicago. They're up 14-7 from the 25. Cole Kmet in on this play too, along with Mercedes Lewis. A heavy set here, 2 tight ends. Shotgun for Fields. Herbert in at running back. Scott in motion. And a handoff up the middle that gains nothing for Herbert. Third down and 10 for the Bears. Atlanta looking for a stop here, looking for an opportunity to really see some momentum. Quickly, I might add, too. Shotgun now for Fields on 3rd and 10. Tunyon in motion, lines up in the slot. Trips to the near side for Chicago. 4 wide receivers set. Fields back to pass. Has a lot of time. He's going to fire. That ball's caught. Tunyon, but he can't get enough for the first down. He's a bit short. Flag comes out. as Tunyon's tackled around the 30. Personal foul. Who is it on? Is it on Chicago? Let's see. Personal foul on the Bears. Penalty is going to be declined. And here comes the punt for Chicago on Davis. So that was a really tough possession. Oh, it looked like to be tripping on Davis, and that's actually pretty clear. Davis definitely guilty of that infraction. So 12:55 to go, 14-7, 4th and 4. The Bears will punt. Here's Gill. A clean snap and a clean kick. Fair catch called for, and that ball will go out of bounds right around the 30-yard line, maybe a little bit further up, and that's where Atlanta will start their drive. It's 14-7. Atlanta has the football back, so they score a big touchdown in 14 seconds. The Bears respond with a 3-and-out. So let's see what Atlanta does here. They could easily, if they wanted to, tie this one up. What a crazy turn of events in Chicago. But as a lot of people mentioned in the comments, we're not surprised. Luigi USA, I would agree. Yeah, no one's blamed yet for this loss. I would say right now, Justin Fields has played great. I can't say anything bad about him at all. He's played a very good game so far. That drive sucked, but not every drive's going to be a winner. So far, he's still, these stats have to update. He was 5 of 6 for 94. I think he's 5 of 8 now. Take a look. But it is what it is right now. Yeah, Fields is 7 of 9 for 110 yards and a touchdown. Heineke's 4 of 6 for 125 and a touchdown. Both these quarterbacks are putting up big numbers in a game like this. But it's already 14-7. I mean, Heineke is an interception warrior. He does throw a lot of picks. So, he hasn't so far this season. He's done a really good job at holding out of the football in the limited time he's played, but that could easily change right here, right now. So curious to see how this one plays out for him. Got 12:37 on the clock. It's 14-7 Bears, and Atlanta is going to start off their drive around the 30. Remember to follow us all over at Sports Talk Chicago, and if you're here on YouTube, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We appreciate all your support. Here we go. Heineke and company ready to go for Atlanta on offense. From the 28, it's 1st and 10. Heineke will hand this one off to Bijan Robinson, who gains 3. Second and 8 to come. Robinson still in at running back. Trips to the near side for Atlanta. Heineke out of the shotgun. Robinson alone in the backfield. Fake the handoff. Heineke looking downfield. Big pass. It's incomplete. Hits the intended target, and he couldn't hold on to the football. It was dropped. Third down and 8, 12 minutes to go, second quarter. Shotgun for Heineke. Third and 8 from the 30. Heineke back to pass. In trouble. And he is sacked. Heineke goes down. And the Bears force a stop. Dexter, one of the many, in on that play. So the Bears bail themselves out of a tough situation after a 3-and-out and then the touchdown from Atlanta. And Atlanta is going to have to punt the football here. Really, I think Dexter might get credited for that sack even, too. Good job by Dexter to rush Heineke and grab him by the legs to bring him down. Here comes the punt from Pinion. Taylor back to return. Taylor calls for a fair catch and makes the catch right around the 25. It's essentially a touchback. That's where the Bears will start up their next offensive possession with about 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. Long way to go in this one. It's a one-possession game. 14-7, Bears on top. Appreciate everybody hanging out here with us during this one. We love it. Love to see everybody here. It's already been a really fun broadcast, and I'm sure we're going to have some more fun here today. Happy to be here. Happy to hang out with all of you. Martell, bear down. Good to see you, my friend. Martell, I think you've been here before. I thought I've seen you. Chris Short, go D. This is why I'm scared of Fields. Threesy's World. Way to go, rookie Dexter. Yep. So right now, Bears up 14-7. They're going to get the football, and we'll see what they do. They were up 14-0. Atlanta scored on 14 seconds. They had a 75-yard screen pass for a touchdown. So curious to see how the rest of this one goes, and curious to see how the Bears kind of respond. Will they score here? Could they make this a two-possession game, or are they going to go 3-and-out again and keep it at 1? Yeah, I did see that. Oh, really? The Lions, yeah, they did get cheated. They had 2 chances after that to take the extra point and push it to overtime. I did hear that officiating crew has been removed now from officiating in the NFL playoffs due to that dumb call that they had. That was according to Adam Schefter. So at least there are going to be consequences for their stupidity. Yeah, I saw that, Michael. I saw the whole thing. I saw the photos. I saw it all. Yeah, they reported, and I don't know what the hell happened there last night, but it was total BS, in my opinion. Here we go. Shotgun for Fields. 1st and 10 for Chicago. Fields going to run it himself. Comes right into a linebacker. Big tackle. Fields gains nothing. Maybe 1. Who made that tackle? Nate Landman with a violent tackle of Justin Fields. And a gain of maybe 1, maybe 2. Ryan Nielsen, the defensive coordinator for Atlanta. Good play call right there to stop the Fields run. 2nd and 8. 2-yard gain officially for Fields. Good to gain something instead of nothing there. Khalil Herbert in at running back. Fields today 7 of 9 still for 110 passing yards with 1 touchdown. He's also has 71 receiving yards there for Moore. Here's Fields on 2nd and 8 out of the shotgun. Quick pass across the middle. Check down. The ball's caught. Herbert with the catch. He gains maybe 2. Third and 7. Going to be a tough conversion here for Chicago with 10 minutes flat to go. Fields out of the shotgun. Scott in motion. Trips to the far side for Chicago. 4 wide receiver set as Fields goes back to pass. Going to fire across the middle. That ball is caught, and it should be enough for the first down. DJ Moore. Who else would it be? With 3 guys around him, he makes the catch and moves the chains. Bears keep their drive alive after that great play by Moore. And a good pass by Fields in tight coverage. 1st and 10, 9:10 to go. Scott in motion. And a handoff up the middle, and a big hole to cut for Khalil Herbert, who gains 11 before being forced out of bounds. Khalil Herbert moves the chains again. And the Bears offense making things happen on these past 2 plays. Gained 20-plus yards in the past 2 alone. Good job by by Herbert here. Moore earlier. First and 10, 8:30 to go. Shotgun for Fields. Robert Tonyan in motion. Fields rolls out. Has some room. He's going to, he throws it. Doesn't run it. He threw the football. That's a first down. Catch made by the rookie Scott. And that's enough once more to move the chains. Fields was going to run it. He faked everybody out and threw it, and it worked out to perfection. First down and 10, 7:50 to go. An Atlanta player on the sideline being evaluated. Looks to be hurt. Here come the Bears. Shotgun for Fields. Trips to the far side for Chicago. Blasingame in motion. Fields throws. Intended target was Blasingame and incomplete. Looked like a bit of a mix-up. Blasingame tried to go up for it. He fell. Maybe didn't take the wrong route, but also an overthrow on that play. Second and 10. Bears up 14-7. 7:30 to go. Fields under center. Takes the handoff. Good blocking by Roschon Johnson. That ball's caught. Tonyan with a big catch. A first down and a lot more for Chicago. Fields is 11 of 14 today for 157 yards. Seven minutes to go. It's 1st and 10. The Bears at the Falcons 12. I formation. Here's the pitch. And a nice run by Herbert. Small gain. Kometta's playing today. Kometta's active. Hasn't gotten much activity, but he's active today. He's played a couple of snaps. I've seen him in. 2nd and 7. Shotgun for Fields. Tonyan in motion. Trips to the far side for Chicago. Little screen pass to Herbert. Herbert weaves through defenders, and he gets near the first down marker. Maybe a yard short. Good run by Herbert. Going to be 3rd down and short to come for the Bears inside the 5-yard line. Herbert held on to that football, too. They were trying to strip that ball out. Good job by Khalil Herbert to make sure that ball was secure. 3rd and 1. Bears inside the 5. They need 1 yard up to the 2. Handoff. Run there by Johnson. I don't know if he got it. Another Atlanta player down and hurt on top of that. They're going to take a timeout on the field. That is Albert Huggins, the defensive lineman, who's hurt. So Huggins on the ground, being attended to by medical personnel. I don't know if the Bears got enough for the first down there. He looked a little bit short, did Roschon. No official ruling on the field yet, but an injury timeout on the field right now. I think they might even be measuring it to see if he got it. It was close. If they give him forward progress, maybe, but I actually don't think he got it. I think he got close, but just didn't get enough. They're measuring it, and the Bears are short by a couple of inches. It's going to be 4th and inches for Chicago. Inside the 5, what do they do here? But they are short. So 4th and inches. The Bears have the offense on the field. And they're going to go for this one here on 4th and inches. Fourth down for Chicago. Fields under center. It's a QB sneak. Did he get it? I don't know if they did. No call yet by the officials. A huge pile on the field that they got to break up. There is still no indication of whether it's a first down or not. Now they say it is a first down. 1st and goal. They got it. Okay. I don't know if they did, but we'll take the call. That was close. 1st and goal for Chicago. Shotgun for Justin Fields. A 4-wide receiver set. Tunyon in motion. Fields hands this one off, and that'll be enough for the touchdown. Roschon Johnson gets in. 20-7. The rookie Roschon against, his teammate, Bijan Robinson in college. And Roschon Johnson scores a 2-yard touchdown run. It is 20-7. 4:02 to go. Here comes the PAT from Cairo Santos. The kick is up, and it is good. 21-7 Bears. So the Bears are up 21-7, a 14-point advantage for Chicago still in the second quarter. This is huge and a good start for the Bears. The question is, will this continue? That's something we're going to have to monitor throughout the rest of this one. Still a whole half and some change of football to go. Certainly exciting. We're going to see how the rest of this one plays out. Keep it here on STC, Sports Talk Chicago. And if you're new, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Hang out here with us today. Yep, it is still the first half, Eric. You make a great point. There's a long way to go, and the Bears are historically known all year for collapsing in the second half. So that's why I said we're going to really have to monitor how the rest of this one goes. Hoping for a good outcome, but nothing's guaranteed. We will see how it plays out. The CBS announcers are pretty bad. That's why you keep it here. I know they put like their E or F team on this game today. So keep it here instead and enjoy our commentary. Got 115 of you here with us now. Huge audience. We love it. And I'm appreciative of all of you hanging out. Dr. Ramirez, Bears games don't start until the fourth quarter. The first three quarters of the other team deciding how many points to spot us for the fourth quarter collapse. That's the quote of the day. 4:02 to go. Here comes the kick from Chicago. And Cordero Patterson lets this one bounce through the back of the end zone. 4:02 to go, second quarter. Here comes Taylor Heineke in a must-score situation for Atlanta. By the way, New Orleans and Tampa Bay facing off. If New Orleans loses, they're done as well. Taysom Hill catches a touchdown pass. It's 14-0. Tampa needs a win. So that's actually good for Atlanta. Because if Atlanta wins and New Orleans wins and the Buccaneers lose, they're all going to be 8-8 going into the final week. Here we go. Shotgun for Taylor Heineke. 1st and 10. Takes the handoff. Looks downfield, has a lot of time. Heineke still holding on to the football. He's going to fire, and it is incomplete. It was brought in, but the receiver couldn't get 1 foot in. Yeah. Impressive catch, but not even close to being in. 2nd and 10. By the way, Sam Howell got the start today in Washington. They're only down by 3 right now to the 49ers. Shotgun for Heineke. Bijan Robinson in motion. He's going to take the handoff as kind of an end-around play, and he gets hit hard. Jalen Johnson, one of the tacklers on that play. And he's a little bit shaken up. Johnson limping off gingerly onto the sidelines. But that was a hard hit. Ooh, Johnson's hurt. Okay. Hopefully he'll be okay. That was a hard hit. Yeah. He got him hard. 3rd and 9. Big opportunity here for Atlanta. Fires by Heineke, and that ball is, incomplete. Incomplete. Nearly intercepted. And it was juggled around multiple times by the intended target of Heineke. That was Hodge, who just kind of sort of had it and dropped it. Time to punt for Atlanta. Tough luck for Heineke and company. Here comes the punt. Taylor back to return for Chicago. 4th and 9. Here's the punt. Not really a good punt either. Taylor's going to let this one hop. He's going to return it from the 30. Taylor gets taken down immediately right around the 34. Taylor had some room to run, but was taken down really quick. Hollins, the gunner on that play for Atlanta, was right there to take him down. Good play by Hollins. 3:06 to go. Second quarter, Bears football. Can the Bears score again? It's certainly possible. I agree, Dan. Really a good open field tackle by Hollins to take down Taylor. So it's 21-7. Bears on top. Decent field position to start this drive off, too. Fields out of the shotgun here. Bears start at their own 34. Taylor in motion. Going to be a handoff, a pitch to Herbert. Bounces it to the outside, gets up to the 40, about a 5-yard gain. Second down to come for Herbert and the Bears after that nice run. Herbert followed his blocking Taylor with a couple of nice blocks after being the motion man. Opened up a hole. 6-yard gain officially. It's 2nd and 4. Shotgun for Fields. Going to hand this ball off to Herbert. This time he gets nothing. In fact, might even lose a yard. Good job by the Atlanta defense to sniff that one out. Carter, one of the many in on that tackle. 3rd and 3 now for Chicago. The Bears today are 4 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. Shotgun for Fields with 4 wide receivers outspread. Trips to the far side for Chicago. Fields out of the shotgun on 3rd and 3, and the 2-minute warning approaches. So with 2 minutes to go, the Bears are up 21-7 in the second quarter. All right. David, good to see you. Good morning, David. Yep, David from Australia checking in with us here. Love it. Good to see you here with us. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Already January 1st. Out in Australia, I'm sure. So, all right. 2-minute warning. Second quarter. Bears up by 14. They're going to have to do something here on a pivotal 3rd and 3. I appreciate 114 of you here already with us. We've had a lot of people hang with us today. Oh, coffee, dude. I'm drinking coffee before the game, man. Right now, I don't drink during the game. No coffee during the game. Just do it before to stay hyped up during. And I get one after sometimes, too. Got 117 of you here. Remember, we will be live for halftime, so you may not want to leave. We're going to be talking about how this game went, run through some highlights, and get to hometown shout-outs. So don't miss any of that. You want to stay with us at halftime, especially if you're new to the channel. Would love for you to be here during the halftime show. So here we go. Back at it at Soldier Field. It's snowy and wet and cold and windy Soldier Field. 2 minutes to go. Bears up by 14. They have the football. 3rd and 3 to come for Chicago. Shotgun for Fields, a 5 wide receiver set for the Bears. From the 40, the Bears need 3. They're 4 of 6 on third down conversions. Fields, back to pass. Pressure, he's sacked! Fields sacked right away! Big pressure from a couple of Atlanta defenders, including Ellis, the linebacker. And Fields looks dejected as he runs off the field. The Bears are going to have to punt. No blocking whatsoever. That was a free blitz. Who missed their block? Nobody blocked him. That was just a free blitz, and Ellis went right through the line untouched. That is horrible. The Bears are going to have to punt. And I have to say that's pretty damn pathetic after a 2-minute warning, essentially a timeout, you come out with that sort of makeup. Horrible. Here's Gill to punt. 4th and 13 officially for Chicago. Good snap. The punt is off from Gill. And a lot of room to run for Atlanta on the return. From the 15. Up to about the 23. Alford on the return. He gets about 10. And Atlanta will have some time here. They got about a minute and a half to make something happen. They will not get the football in the second half. The Bears will. So what will they do here with a minute 40 to go? For them, a touchdown would be huge. And it would really keep them at pace with the Bears. Heineke out of the shotgun, trips to the far side. They're going to hand this one off to Bijan Robinson. He gains 1. That's it. 1:30 to go. Wonder if they're going to let this clock run out. They still have 2 timeouts. So not much doing there for Robinson and company. Heineke, though, moving quickly, trying to get something going. Shotgun for Heineke. 4 wide receiver set for Atlanta. Heineke back to pass. He avoids the pressure. Now he's still in trouble. He avoids the pressure again. Good job by Heineke to avoid it, and he throws it out of bounds. That was a great job by Taylor Heineke to avoid a couple of sacks. He broke a couple of tackles and threw it away. 3rd and 8. So let's see what they draw up here. The Falcons are 1 of 5 on third down conversions. That's been the big difference between Chicago and Atlanta here today. Shotgun for Heineke, 3rd and 8. Heineke, pocket collapsing. He's going to fire. It's intercepted! Intercepted by Chicago! Desperation kills, and Edwards made the play. A minute 2 to go. Bears football. And Heineke trying to hurry up. Trying to play hero ball. He screwed up. And Edwards with a diving catch. And a good job by Edwards to kind of go down for a second, get his bearings, hold on to the football, and come down with that catch and keep possession. 1st and 10 for Chicago, minute 2 to go. They're inside the Atlanta 40. Scott in motion. Fields back to pass out of the shotgun. He's in trouble. Pocket collapsing. Fields avoiding pressure still, but they're bearing down on him, and he fires it, throws it away. That close to being sacked. Good job by Fields to avoid the pressure. 52 seconds to go. 2nd and 10. Can the Bears score a touchdown? That would be huge here. 2nd and 10 for Chicago. 52 seconds to go. Shotgun for Fields. 4 wide receiver set. Trips to the near side for the Bears. Fields, a quick pass. This one caught by Moore behind the line of scrimmage. He's going to gain 2 before being taken down. Third down and long to come for Chicago. "34 seconds on the clock." Somebody took a timeout. The clock stopped. I don't know who. The Bears did. Now they rule it. Bears have 2 timeouts remaining. Same with Atlanta. 35 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 3rd down and 8. Rich, a field goal would be big, but I think they got to get a little bit closer here. It's going to be a real long field goal, and in this weather, nothing's a guarantee. Santos is warming up on the sideline, and he's ready to go if he's called on. It's 3rd and 8. 35 seconds. Bears at the Falcon 35. Shotgun for Fields. 3 wide receiver set. Taylor in motion. Rather Tunyon. Here's Fields back to pass. He's in trouble again. Fields is going to slide. He's officially sacked. No flag on the play. He slid but was taken down. That's going to be a sack, a loss of 1 yard. No flag. Fields got hit pretty hard. 17 seconds to go now, 15. The Bears might let this one run out and just try to kick a field goal. No late hit call, but he was hit in the face or in the helmet. Kind of surprising that there was no call there, but nothing, no flags. 4 seconds. Now a timeout. Bears call the timeout. So they run this one down. It's 4th and 10 officially. This is going to be a 50-plus yard field goal. He was hit in the head, and there was no flag. Now, the defenders tried to get out of the way, I think, but I don't know. If you hit him in the head, there should be a penalty. 4th and 10 for Chicago. Clock stopped at 4 seconds. They're going to be kicking a long field goal, courtesy of Cairo Santos. Santos on the field. Santos long this season is 55 yards. And this is 55 in this weather. Santos ready to kick. The snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it is no good. It's going to be returned by Atlanta. Returned by Atlanta. Here we go. Up to the 20. He stays on his feet. Oh, my goodness. He's still on his feet. Up to the 40. Oh, my goodness. Up to the 30. He's on the other side of the field. 20. And he finally is taken down. That would have been horrible. But instead, no gain. Or no touchdown, I should say. That was close. And it's 21-7 as the Bears go into the half. Alford returned it, and he almost got all the way. Patrick touched him. Tunyon touched him, and that's how he fell. Alford almost went all the way. That ends the half. All right. Well, no field goal, 21-7. Bears still on top, but that did not look nor feel good. Okay. Well, halftime it is here in Chicago. I didn't even know Alford was back there to return. I didn't see him, but that kick was short. And he ran it almost all the way back from the back of the end zone. That would have been like a 108-yard touchdown return, and he was that close. Wow. Ooh. All right. I mean, I give him credit. Yeah, what a return. It was kind of fun. I mean, that is a hell of a return on his part. He was almost taken down right around the 20-yard line, broke a couple of tackles, had blocking, and really ran downfield quick. So we're going to get to some highlights here provided by CBS. Break down games across the league. Recap. First half of play. Look forward to the second half. Plus, of course, hometown shout-outs. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up in about 5-10 minutes. We're going to be here. That was scary, MVP. Yes, it was. Very scary. But it ended up working out to the Bears' benefit. Oh, that was close. That was beyond close. Not that that would have ended the game or whatever, but I'll tell you what, going into the half up 21-14 after something like that certainly makes you feel like crap. So the Bears did stop them. They're up by 14. They get the ball first in the second half. So the Bears still could be in control of this one if they want to be. And that's going to be the key question that we see, especially in the second half. Yeah, I don't like the 55-yard kick, and I agree with you, Michael. I mean, the Falcons kicker is the best in football, right? Literally. And he missed 2 today. So why are the Bears attempting a 55-yard field goal in these conditions? That's kind of surprising. I'd rather almost throw it. So what if Justin throws a pick? That's not going to be returned for a touchdown when everybody is near the end zone bunched up. That almost was, and that would have been a huge coaching misstep on the part of Matt Eberflus. So time for the halftime report. Let's take a look at all the games around the league and see how things are going. Seen a couple of interesting scores already on the ticker here on CBS, and curious to see what they give us here. So Dolphins and Ravens facing off right now in Baltimore. And the Ravens are up 28-13. Tua Tagovailoa having a tough game. Lamar Jackson already with 3 touchdown passes. 28-13, Ravens on top of the Dolphins. Somewhat of a surprise. The Ravens might be the best team in the AFC. Lamar 12 of 14, 255 yards and 3 touchdowns. Patriots and Bills. Bailey Zappi having the worst game of his life. He has 3 picks. But believe it or not, at least for the Bills, they haven't run away with this one. Bills are up 20-14 so far. It's not over yet, but Zappi's thrown 3 picks already in the first half. Jaguars up 9-0 over Carolina. C.J. Beathard is getting the start down there, doing a good job keeping the Jaguars on top. They're up 9-0. Raiders and Colts. Interesting game. Aiden O'Connell against Gardner Minshew. And the Colts needing a win. They're coming through right now. They're up 14-3 over Las Vegas in Indianapolis. Aiden O'Connell not having the best game in the world. Gardner Minshew with a touchdown already and 170 passing yards. Titans and Texans. C.J. Stroud back from injury. And wow, the Texans are up 20-3. Will Levis got hurt. Ryan Tannehill came in, but Stroud is killing it, 16 of 20. Saints and Buccaneers, a big game in the NFC South, and one that the Falcons are probably watching too. The Saints are up 17-0. Baker Mayfield in a big game is not coming through. If the Saints win and the Falcons maybe win, everyone's going to be 8-8 in that division entering the last game of the year. So a lot could be at stake in the NFC South next week. Niners and Commanders. Sam Howell getting the late start, and it's 13-10. Niners on top. Howell playing well so far. Early in the third, he's 10 of 14 for 108 yards and a touchdown. Cardinals and Eagles. You'd think it'd be one-sided, and it certainly is. 21-6. Eagles on top. A 99-yard pick six by Philadelphia, thrown by Kyler Murray. Jalen Hurts also 11 of 13 for 114 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's having a big game, and the Eagles are all over Arizona right now. Rams and Giants. Rams needing a win. Matthew Stafford trying to lead them to the playoffs. Kind of an underdog story over there. 14-10 Los Angeles over the Giants. Those are all the highlights. All right, Bears are up 21-7. Yeah, that was one of the worst picks I've seen from Kyler, like ever. I mean, I don't know who the hell he was throwing to. It seemed like he threw it right to the defender on purpose almost. That was really bad. Jags are up, though. Jags up 9-0 with C.J. Beathard getting it done, being a good game manager. Fields so far today, 13 of 17 for 166 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, and 1 rushing touchdown. DJ Moore already with 82 yards, 5 catches, and a touchdown. Alrighty, it's that time of day. Halftime. I do this every halftime for every Bears game here on Sports Talk Chicago. All of you Got 104 people here with us now, and probably more going to be filing on in. Let us know who you are, where you're watching from. We're going to comment your name, your town, your state, your province, your country, wherever, as specific as you want to be. We're going to shout out all your hometowns here in the stream and give them all some love here on Sports Talk Chicago. So feel free to comment. Let us know who you are and where you're watching from. Town and state, or city and state, or country. We have an international audience, so we'd love to shout out everybody. I know David's here. David Warnar, he's here from Australia. So we have an international crew here with us today, and we'd love to shout everybody out. Comment. Let us know. Robbie out in Madison, Wisconsin. Michael, Columbia, Virginia. David, shout out to Wodonga, Australia. Love it. MVP, Rogers Park, Northside. Yep. Michael in Schaumburg, Illinois. Yes, okay. Calamity J, Jay from Arizona. And Greg, good to see you. Hello. Hi. Jay from Arizona. We got Schaumburg. Oh, yeah. San Antonio, Texas. Greg. Jeremy in Greenville, Texas. Watching the Ravens, Dolphins, and listening to you. Hopefully you saw my comments. Love it, Jeremy. Thank you. Greenville, Texas. San Antonio. Love it. Across the country and across the world. Appreciate all of our fans and everybody hanging out here with us, spending your Sunday afternoons with us really throughout this season. We've certainly enjoyed it. Got one more game next week. One last game for the Bears. So Wisconsin, Virginia, Australia, Rogers Park, Schaumburg, Illinois, Arizona, San Antonio, Greenville, Texas. Darren from Gettysburg, PA. Love it. Collins K85, Let's Go Bears in Texas. Another Texan here with us. Nice. A Bear fan in Australia. Lots of Cubs fans there, too. Greg, love the show. Here with you from Sandy, Oregon. Love it, Greg. Thank you. Wow. Very cool. East Coast and West Coast. Listening to you, but watching Bucks Saints. Yes, Chris, Bellevue, Florida. I know that's a big game for you down there. Chris, I hope that Baker can figure things out and come back, because if not, that's going to be a really interesting situation in the NFC South next week. Joseph out in Tampa. Ravi, John, one of the few unbiased Bears journalists. Well, hey, I appreciate that, Ravi, for sure. Love it. Lowell, Indiana. Oh, very nice, Alexander. Jim, had to move out of Hyde Park, now living in Inglewood. Well, thank you for checking in out in Inglewood, Jim. Appreciate it. No snow here, says David. 32 degrees Celsius today. Oh, that means it's a hot one down there in Australia, right? Because it's your summer down there. Terry, listening to you from the Mojave Desert. Wow, okay. What are you out in California, maybe? California, Arizona? Yeah. Always a good show, John. Rare to catch a Bears game on TV in Central Florida. Well, thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Steve, I'm firming up in the keep JF camp. Let's fill remaining gaps and not start over with the unproven and somewhat eccentric gamble. Fair point. Hear you on that. Oh, really, John? Are you going to call the playoffs? Maybe. Yeah, we're going to evaluate if we will or not. Not a decision we've made yet. We did them. We did them last year, but we just we didn't get a lot of people tuning in. So we're going to evaluate and see. We may, depending on if it's a really big game with some interest, but we'll see how that one plays out for sure. Fields beats Packers next week. He's definitely staying. We'll have to see. I know that's going to be a big game. The Packers are going to be playing for a lot, potentially, too, considering their record. If they win this week and then they could win again, maybe they'll sneak into the playoffs at 9-8. So they have a lot to play for, too. Well, I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. Oh, 99 of you still here with us. We love it. Hanging out on halftime. Bears and Falcons. It's 21-7. Bears are going to get the football first to start off the second half. Both teams have yet to make a field goal. Falcons 0-2. Bears 0-1. Will the truth come out about Alan Williams, Stephen? I wish I could tell you. I haven't heard any more from my sources, and everyone's been mum about it, but I know people are still investigating it. That I can confirm to you. So I will say that, and stand by my reporting, as I've maintained really all year. So Packers are in the hunt. I know the Bears are hype. Yeah, the Bears are in the hunt. We can laugh. I mean, they are really, hypothetically, if they even win, they're technically still in it, but Gabe, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Love it, Gabe. Thanks for being here, man. Yeah, whatever happened to Williams, I'm also glad that he's not calling the defense anymore. I mean, things have gotten better since he left. Awesome presentation, John. Says, Daniel, do you have a prediction for the Super Bowl? Man, I'm going to be wrong no matter what I pick. I think the Ravens could make it in the AFC. I will say that. In the NFC, I think it's going to be a toss-up between the Niners and the Eagles. So here comes the kick from Atlanta. Third quarter underway. And Velus Jones is going to return it from the goal line. Velus Jones past the 10 up to the 20, and he gets taken down right around the 25. It's about a touchback, essentially. Going to be Bears football from the 25 to begin the third quarter. Michael, you're not wrong, too. The Rams are getting hot at the right time. Will they win again? I highly doubt it, but they might make the playoffs, and for them, that's going to be a huge success considering where they were last year. So here we go. It's 1st and 10 for Chicago. 14:54 to go. Third quarter. Bears up by 14. Shotgun for Fields. 2 wide receivers set, both to the far side. Fakes the handoff to Herbert. Now Fields fires downfield. That ball's caught, and a big gain to start off the half. DJ Moore. Past the 50. Bears already in Falcons territory. Moore on the coverage. Did a crossing route up the middle, got wide open. It was one-on-one, and he beat his defender. First and 10, 14:18 to go. Moore with 110 receiving yards. I formation for Chicago. Here's a pitch to Herbert. Up the middle goes Herbert. Herbert with some room. 10 yards. Khalil Herbert. Second down and inches to come. Packers face the Vikings tonight on SNF. Shotgun for Fields. 3 wide receivers set. High snap. Going to be handed off to Herbert, who breaks tackles. He gets a first down and more. Here goes Herbert. 20, 10, 5, and he's finally taken down at the 3. Big run, Khalil Herbert. What an offensive performance. Herbert with room to run. First and goal, Chicago, inside the 5. $12:50 to go. Shotgun for Fields. Herbert in at running back. Fields to pass. Fires to the corner of the end zone. It's incomplete. DJ Moore, the intended target. And Zach Abrams on Instagram. You got a shout out, my friend. Zach Abrams 11 on Instagram. Second down and goal. Shotgun for Fields. Tunyon in motion. Fields going to run it himself, trying to get to the outside. He is forced out of bounds. Fields couldn't get there. Couldn't find the angle. Third and goal for Chicago. Even a field goal would make it a 3-possession game. Not saying the Bears should do it, but they might be in that situation here. It's third and goal. Shotgun for Fields. From the 4. Blasting game in motion. Fields back to pass. He's going to fire. That ball is incomplete. Scott had it, but couldn't get a foot down in bounds. Only got one in. Could not get the second foot in. Only one. Not two. Scott missed it. So close. The Bears are going to go for it here on fourth and goal. Fields on the field. Shotgun for the Bears. 4 wide receivers set for Chicago. And hold on, timeout. I think Atlanta called that timeout. They did. So Atlanta wants to talk things over, and the Bears might do it too. I don't know what they're going to do, but they were going to go for it initially. Michael, I kind of feel they won't go for it. I think they were acting like it, and then the timeout was called. But we're going to see. So let's see what they do here. Now they're going to kick it. Yeah, it's going to be Santos to kick the easy field goal. Santos 0 of 1 today, missed from 55. This is a 22-yarder. Think he'll make this? 12 minutes flat to go, third quarter. From 22, here comes Santos. The kick is up, and it is good. Bears up 24-7. No issue with that play there. It's a 17-point game. It's a 3-possession game. And Atlanta is going to need to answer right now. They want to stay in this one. But a good job by the Bears. And Rich, thank you for all the updates. I'm sorry I can't get to all of them here, but Jacksonville's up 16-0. So very good news for Chicago in terms of the first overall pick. Santos, sure-handed or sure-footed, I guess, from 22. After he missed 55 earlier, battling the elements. And the Bears are up 24-7. And you're right. Yep, Atlanta really needs this game. They do. They've needed it throughout. That's why I'm really surprised at their performance, considering how urgent this game is. I mean, really, things couldn't be going better for them. The Saints are taking care of business, so the Bucs can't clinch the division. If Atlanta would win, there'd be 3-8-8 teams. But for some reason, Atlanta is just not getting it done when they need to here today, and it's hurting them. They needed a win, but they're not doing it yet. No, Ritter has been consistently benched back and forth. No, if Atlanta had a good quarterback, they'd actually be a great team. The fact is, though, all year long they've switched between Ritter and Heineke. Neither of them have done good enough to really take control of the starting spot, and as a result, they're 7-8. The Falcons can make a comeback, Jim, and if that were to happen, that just confirms what we've been saying all year. So, 11:56, third quarter, 24-7 Bears. So once again, it won't be Santos, but Gill will be doing the kickoff honors here. Cordero Patterson, former Bear, back to return. Here comes the kick from Trenton Gill. Patterson, let that go through the back of the end zone. Touchback for Atlanta. They're going to be at their own 25. And they need some juice on offense. They've missed a couple of field goals. They've had a fumble. They've had a pick. Atlanta has been having a lot of issues today offensively. They've been shooting themselves in the foot constantly. What will they do here? 4 wide receiver set. Shotgun for Heineke from the 25. It's 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Heineke. Quick pass. That ball's caught. Bijan Robinson on the screen. He's going to gain maybe 6. Decent gain there. 2nd down. Second and 5 officially. Rams, by the way, score a touchdown. They're up 20-10 over the Giants. Big score for them. Shotgun for Heineke. Trips to the far side for Atlanta. Handoff. Robinson with room. Past the 40. And a 1st down. First and 10. Heineke calls out an audible. Robinson moves in motion. Smith also moves in motion. Shotgun for Heineke. Back to pass. Looking. He's going to fire. That ball's caught. Gain of maybe 9 yards. Decent gain there on that play. Van Jefferson on the reception. 2nd down. 1 to go here for Atlanta as they near midfield. Heineke today, 6 of 13 for 139 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. He started hot. He's cooled off. Atlanta lines up from their own 49. Shotgun for Heineke. 2 wide receiver set. The fullback's in on this play, too. Pitts in motion. And a handoff. Robinson might be a bit short. And I think it's going to be 3rd and inches. Not enough for Robinson there. The Bears, a good job at stopping him. Just a few inches short. 3rd down and inches. Shotgun for Heineke. Fakes the handoff. A lot of time. He's going to fire wide open. And a big catch for Atlanta. McCole Pruitt was wide open downfield. Heineke got blasted by Jones. No flag. Nevertheless, that is a huge reception. Now a flag late. Maybe they ended up calling that roughing the passer, and they did. That'll be an extra 15 yards, I think, added to the end of the play. So not only did they get that big gain, but they get 15 more. Yeah, he was blasted. I know Fields doesn't get those calls, but they made the right call there on Heineke. That is true. That's roughing the passer. Now, at least. Wasn't back then, but now it is. Justin Jones, the guilty one there. 9:28 to go. And the Falcons now, after that big catch and penalty, are close to the end zone on 1st and 10. From the 22. Pitts in motion. Handoff. Algier gets 2, maybe 3 up to the 20 with forward progress before being taken down. All right, 8:50 to go. It's 2nd and 8. Shotgun for Heineke. Robinson in motion. Quick pass. That's incomplete. 3rd and 8. Not much doing there. Who was the intended target? Was that London? And it was, and I don't even know. Yeah, just nothing doing at all. London, I don't know what that was, yeah. Good job by the Bears defense to break that one up, too. That was Stevenson. So after being hurt, he's back in. Made a great pass break up there. 3rd and 8. 2 of 7 is Atlanta on 3rd down conversions. But they need this one. That pass is caught. No, incomplete and short. And Atlanta can't convert again. They need something here, so they might go for the field goal. They need some sort of points. Heineke leaves the field. They need this kick to go through for their own sake to keep it a 2-possession game. And here is Koo. 0 of 2. He's never missed 3 field goals in a game, ever. This is from 38, essentially a PAT. The kick is up, and this time it's good. 24-10. So Koo gets back on track here. Hundred 20 of you here with us. Reminder, everybody, to please subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Hang out with us here on Sports Talk Chicago. Jon Zaghloul here with you. John Meadows directing and producing. Love to have all of you here with us for today's game. Still a lot of time left, and we're happy to have you here. It is 24-10. Atlanta just hit on a 38-yard field goal. So it's a 14-point game. 121 of you here with us, too. We'd appreciate all the likes and subscribers that we can get here today. Tail end of the Bears season. Happy to be here with you. All right. The Bears wouldn't be bad for them to score and keep it going. I think the worst thing that could happen is if they don't score, and then they give the ball back to Atlanta and give them an opportunity. Yep, the Atlanta's 0-5 in games under 40 degrees. We find that funny, right? I mean, you think, oh, whatever, but it really matters to a team that plays in a dome and plays primarily in the South. So, yeah, not good. Got to be able to perform at all times if you're a national football team. But, yeah, many Falcons play many of their games indoors. Because remember, the Saints, they play indoors. That's 2. They play 8 at home, which that's 10. So 10 of their games are automatically indoors every year. And Tampa's always warm. They got 2 there. So that's 12 games they play in controlled, warm weather environments. So, of course, that's going to be a problem. And then Carolina, too, is mainly warm and outdoors. So that's 14 games that they're playing either indoors or in warm weather. Pinion, the punter, is going to be kicking this one off. 24-10. Here's the kick. Going to be returned by Velus Jones from the 4. Velus Jones gets the return. Velus Jones has some room past the 30, up to the 33. And a good return there from Velus Jones Jr. So it's 1st and 10. 8:23 to go. Justin Fields, 14 of 20 for 194 yards and a touchdown. He's under center on 1st down. Scott in motion. Fields fakes the handoff. Has time. Fires deep downfield. Incomplete. Scott, the intended target, but that ball was a little bit too high. Yeah, definitely overthrow right there as Scott was wide open. It's going to be 2nd and 10, 8:17 to go, 3rd quarter. Shotgun for Fields. He calls an audible. 2nd and 10. High snap, corralled. Here's a run for Roschon Johnson. He gets, maybe 2. Not much doing there for Rojo. Going to be 3rd down and long for Chicago. Meanwhile, the Buffalo Bills score a touchdown. They're piling it on now against New England. They're up 27-14. So 3rd down and 8. Atlanta really needs a stop right here. It'd be huge for them. What can the Bears do on this play? Shotgun for Fields. 3rd and 8. 5 wide receivers sent for Chicago. Trips to the far side for the Bears. Here is Fields already in trouble, and he is going to be still on his feet. He breaks 2 tackles, and he's still going. Fields gets a 1st down after all of that. What a play, Justin Fields. Nearly sacked twice, and he stayed up. Still stayed on his feet. And he gets it up with a 1st down and converts. First and 10 eye formation. It's a pitch. Herbert, loss of 1. Cesar, is that John Meadows in the background? Yes, it is. Heck yeah, it is. Fields, jab can extend a play. For sure, he did. 1 yard loss on that run from Herbert. It's going to be 2nd down and 11. Cardinals tied with the Eagles. Wow, I can't believe it. Thanks, Rich. Thanks for that update. I'm actually stunned to hear that. Shotgun for Fields. Second and 11. High snap. Fields fakes the toss. He's going to throw it. That ball's caught. And that's a first down. Caught by Johnson for Chicago. Colin Johnson, who's only getting time because, I don't know where EQ is, but Colin Johnson makes the catch. I don't know if he stayed in. Oh, I don't know. Either way, we'll see what they do here, where they spot him. But a nice catch by Johnson, and I don't know if he stayed in enough to get that first down. I think he might have stepped out right at the marker. It is going to be a first down, though, nevertheless. So here we go. Shotgun for Fields. And, whistles and maybe flags. Oh, a challenge flag is on the field. I see a red flag. And Atlanta wants to challenge whether or not Johnson stepped out. They want to challenge this spot. I think Johnson did step out. So so they're going to contend that this was not a first down, that Johnson stepped out. I mean, I think his foot's out of bounds. The real question, though, is this. Does it really matter? Because if, let's say, he did step out and you're challenging the spot, well, it's going to be what? Second and inches? You're going to tell me the Bears won't convert on second and inches? I think that was a dumb challenge. But we'll see what happens. Appreciate everybody hanging here with us. Wow, look at how many people are still here. I'm sure these end-game numbers are going to be great. 126 of you are still here with us. We're here in the third quarter. It's 24-10 Bears on top. They are driving quickly. They're in Atlanta Falcons territory, and there's a challenge on the field as to whether or not Colin Johnson made the catch from Justin Fields. If he stepped out of bounds or not and got enough for the first down. So they're going to be challenging the spot. Atlanta challenging the spot. So we're going to see what will come of this challenge. My opinion, I think it's a dumb challenge, but we'll see. Jaguars up 19-0. Thank you, Rich. That is really good to know. 19-0. Wow. So good news for the Bears, at least, in terms of the pick is concerned. Because if the Panthers lose, I believe that will clinch the Bears the number one pick. They are officially going to be the worst team in football. Carolina. Bryce Young, for the first time last week, threw for 300-plus yards in a game. But, man, tough situation over there, and hopefully Young gets better for their sake, because if not, not good. C.J. Stroud looking like the best quarterback of last year's draft class by far. Neil, John, I'm with you in regards to the QB thought process. If we're getting the first pick in the draft, it's got to be Caleb Williams, or there's got to be a magnificent offer they can't refuse. Yeah, we're going to have to see. If the Cardinals win, they're going to drop to the 4th overall pick. But they're still looking at this play, whether or not Colin Johnson stepped out. So I don't know what the official call is going to be. I thought, so his foot's out right there, and he's short of the first down marker, about a yard. I see that on the slow-mo replay. But does that mean anything, right? Let's see. It's going to be a first down. So I believe the call on the field stands. The Falcons lose a timeout. That's why I said kind of a dumb challenge. And now it's going to be 1st and 10 Chicago. Or 6:07. They changed up the clock from 5:27 to 6:07 to coincide with the challenge. 1st and 10. Johnson gets the first down. 3 timeouts for the Bears, 1 for Atlanta already. They're only in the third quarter, and there's 6:07 to go here. It's 1st and 10 for Chicago. Now the officials are talking things over, still trying to, I think, spot the football. What the hell are they doing? Oh, my goodness. I mean, man, talk about a bad week for officiating in football. I'll tell you that. First and 10, 6:07. Oh, now what? They're talking about spotting or something. Right, here we go. 6:07 to go. It's first and 10. Bears football. Fields under center. Bears inside the Falcon 45. Velus Jones in motion. Fields fakes the handoff. Has a lot of time. He's going to fire. That ball's incomplete. DJ Moore, the intended target, and he ran into a heater on the sideline. Oh, a tough hit. Hopefully he's okay. He seems to be a little bit perturbed that he couldn't get that ball. That was a tough play. Almost had it. Had to go at it from one hand, just about a step short. Second and 10, 5:54 to go. 24-10, Bears on top. Here's Fields out of the shotgun. Bears at the Falcons 42. Moore in motion. And a handoff to Herbert, who gains about 5. $5:20 to go. It's 3rd and 6. Bears are 5 of 10 on 3rd down conversions. Shotgun for Fields. High snap. Fields is going to run the football. And Fields is taken down far short of the first down marker. Dumb play call. 4th and 6. Bears are going to have to punt. There's no way they're kicking a field goal from here. Or unless they're going to go for it, I guess. Wait, Fields is still on the field here for 4th and 6. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Fields is still there. Here come the Bears. They're going for it. 4th down and 6. From the Falcons 39. Tunyon in motion. 4 wide receiver set for Chicago. Shotgun for Fields. Maybe he's trying to call him offsides here. Fields calls out an audible. 5 on the play clock. Fields. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Fields in trouble. He fires. Way incomplete. Turnover on downs, and Atlanta's going to get nice field position and the football back. Didn't really understand that play either. I think they were trying to cause them to get offsides. Atlanta moved, but they didn't go offsides, and then Fields was pressured, and he just threw it out of bounds with nobody really near or in sight. So that was horrible. So the Bears do turn it over, and it's going to be Atlanta Falcons football still, 3rd quarter. They're going to have the ball in a nice situation right around their own 40. So we'll see what they have up their sleeves here. They need a touchdown, though, for sure. That's without question. They need a touchdown for their own sakes to stay in this one. Yeah, I mean, a free opportunity here for Atlanta. I mean, really, that worked out horribly. They could have at least, if they don't want to kick the field goal, then punt it, right? I don't understand why. And somebody mentioned this earlier in the comments, and I thought it was a great point. I didn't read it at the time because the game was going on. They do not know how to coach or play with the lead. It seems like when they have a lead, they're doing whatever they can to blow it. Getsy, Eberflus, all of them. And, I'm all for coaches learning and getting better. But this goes back to the whole Eberflus thing. Why are you going to keep somebody around who does not know how to win and who still is blowing games late in the season? Browns game just happened 2 weeks ago. I don't understand. They are letting this all go and letting it slide, and to me it makes no sense. Anyway. 4 minutes to go. It's going to be Falcons football. They're going to have an opportunity. John, it's the Bears. It's supposed to make no sense. Yeah, Andy, you're right. That's how they operate, right? Philosophy. Philosophy. They don't pay you $5 million a year to be a glorified cheerleader coach. You're supposed to coach the team. Yep, that's Matt Eberflus and Luke Getsy in a nutshell. That's why I don't understand how you could keep Eberflus, fire Getsy, and say we're fine. No, Eberflus is an issue as well. That's been clear. We could go into that later. Shotgun for Heineke, 1st and 10 Atlanta from their own 38. Good starting field position. Heineke looking deep downfield. Steps up in the pocket. Fires. Quick pass. Oh, nearly picked. Tried to check it down to Robinson. That didn't work. 2nd and 10. So it's 24-10. 4:05 to go. Second and 10 for Atlanta. Shotgun for Heineke. Robinson in motion. 4 wide receiver set. Fakes the handoff. Heineke, quick to pass. Looking. He's going to fire. And intercepted! Stevenson got it! Yes! You saw that coming a mile away. I saw it on the TV. A bad pass by Heineke. And Atlanta continues to shoot themselves in the foot, and the Bears get the ball back and have control. They knew that was coming. Stevenson was just kind of standing there as a spy, and he made a good play to catch that football. That was easy to spot. Stevenson makes the most of the opportunity. 1st and 10. Tunyon in motion. High snap. Fields fakes the handoff. He's back to pass. Now he's in big trouble. He's going to fire that ball out of bounds. Flags fly, though, late. Could be pass interference or maybe a defensive hold. Let's see what this is all about. Arthur Smith doesn't look too happy for Atlanta. I'm thinking this is on them. Oh, no, it might be on the Bears. Oh, what? Hold on. Pass interference. Offense. Offensive pass interference on Chicago. It's going to be 1st down. Velus Jones with the penalty. Oh, you got to love it. And he's going to check out on this play, too. Velus Jones on that penalty. 3:51 to go. 24-10 Bears. Bears football. But after the penalty, they're going to move back a bit. Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. That was a huge push by Velus. I mean, I'm happy they've caught that one. That was obvious. I don't care what anybody, that was right in your face. 1st and 20, a 10-yard loss due to the penalty by Velus. And that's going to hurt you. Wherever Landon is, I don't know if Landon's here still. Velus Mania strikes again. Even when you don't want it to happen, it happens. And now there's a delay. I have no idea what this delay is. Somebody from the chain gang getting some water or something maybe? I don't know, but we're waiting. Something's going on with the, like I said, with the chain gang on the sidelines there. So I've actually never in my life seen a chain gang delay, but that's what seems to be happening. Yeah, I also wonder the same thing, Michael. Why the hell is Bayless still here? Everybody asks that question every week. I feel like the Bears are trolling us, right? Because I listen to the postgame shows, on my way home, and every week the same people call into these postgame shows and say, why is Bayless Jones still here? And then all the hosts say, why is he still here? And then he still plays. I feel like they're trolling us. I really do. This is ridiculous that he's still around, that he's still on this roster. I get it's Ryan Poles' first offensive pick, but come on, man. You got to move on from him at this point. What value does he still have here? Anyway, I digress. But yeah, I really, that's my official response, I guess. They're trolling us. The Bears are trolling all of us. Classic Bayless moment. Yep, it's Bayless mania. This time it's not a muff. It's a penalty that moves the Bears back 10 yards. And, usually who cares about penalties, right? But this situation, now you're going to kill this drive. You're going to be at 1st and 20. The Bears are already going to be behind the 8 ball. Maybe they won't convert. They're going to have to give it back. Atlanta scores, 1-possession game. In this situation here, when there's still a lot of time and it's only a 2-possession game, you got to be careful. So, let's see what happens. But I'm not too thrilled about how this one's going still. At least with Bayless. Bayless needs to go. Showed up late to the party, John. Any food left? Jay Boogaloo, good to see you. There's plenty of food left. There's a big game, big opportunity still here. It's a 14-point game. Bears on top. I'd say a long way to go here in this one. I think they're resetting the clock, maybe. I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, so one of the chain gang guys. I don't know what's wrong, but he seems to be hurt now, too. I don't know what the problem is with him, but it's been taking a while to get him attention on the sidelines. The Bears trainers are attending to him. So Justin Fields talking things over with his coaches. It's going to be 1st and 20 for Chicago. 3:51 to go. 24-10 ball game. Got 150 of you guys here with us.
They gave the timeout back. They said the challenge was successful.
For Atlanta?
For Atlanta, they said that not the spot of the ball, whether or not
He stepped out.
yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. So John just told me off air, Atlanta gets a timeout back. So remember when they challenged earlier, they challenged whether or not Colin Johnson stepped to the bounce. They did not challenge this the spot of the football. So the referees made a mistake there, assuming that they were challenging the spot of the ball, but in reality, they were challenging whether or not he stepped out. He did step out, so they're going to get 1 timeout back, and Atlanta now has 2 timeouts. So that is a long way to say that they have 1 timeout back in their pocket. They have 2 total. That was interesting. It is interesting, but that's the reversal now. Who's playing quarterback for the Giants today? Is it my guy Tyrod Taylor or no? I'm curious, just out of curiosity. Is it Tyrod or is it DeVito? Is he back in? I don't know. It's Tyrod. Heck yeah. Good for him. So, yeah, one of the chain gang guys is being carted off the field slowly. He seems to be okay, at least, fortunately. So here we go. It's 1st and 20. Justin Fields out of the shotgun. The Bears in their own territory after the penalty. On 1st down, it's a run for Herbert. He loses a yard. Second and 20. Shotgun for Fields with 3:20 to go. The Bears at their own 44. Fields back to pass. Fires. That ball's caught. DJ Moore. And he gets a first down. Stays on his feet. And Moore gains all the yards back and then some. Bears move the chains. Good job by DJ Moore. Stiff arm on top of it, too. 1st and 10, the Bears overcome the Bayless Jones Jr. penalty. A first set of downs for Chicago. Shotgun for Fields. Tunyon in motion. Lines up as a wide receiver. Fields back to pass. Fires to the end zone. This ball is incomplete. Scott had it. And as he came down, he couldn't hold on. Oh, my goodness. Tough play all around. Good pass. Good effort. It was just, that's tough. And now an Atlanta player down on the field. Everybody got roughed up on that play, and that is, I believe, Richie Grant, the safety, who really got beat up, and he's not feeling too well down in the end zone. Arthur Smith, the head coach, goes out to check on him. So that is Grant down, and Mike Hughes is down and on his knee right now. He's able to get up, and I think the wind got knocked out of him after that play. He went down hard to the ground defending that pass. Atlanta's been getting really beat up here today. Second down and 10. Fields under center. Audible called by Fields. He pitches this football to Herbert. Gets up to around the 30, maybe the 29. Gain of 4. Third and 6. They're showing off these next-gen stats, so Fields has done great today because there's been no blitz, too. 11 of 12 without the blitz. He's 4 of 12 against the blitz. They've been doing a good job today against the defenses being showed by Atlanta. Shotgun for Fields. Third and 6. Trips to the far side for Chicago. Fields fires. That ball's going to be caught, but more short of the first down marker. It's going to be fourth down and about 1, maybe 2. What will the Bears do here? I see Fields running off the field. It's 4th and 1 officially, and I believe the Bears may try to kick it. I don't know what they're going to do. Let's see. Let's see what they do here. Moore is on the sideline. They're going to kick this football. 42 yards, but it's snowing and it's windy. Will Santos make it? I'm actually doubting this one. It's going to be tough. From 42, it's Santos. The kick is up, and it is good. Cairo Santos, 27-10. So the Bears have a 17-point lead with about 1 full quarter to go. 1 minute, 10 seconds in the third, plus the fourth to come. If the Falcons want anything to do with this one, they got to score now. Good job by Santos to make that kick. That was a long and tough kick considering the elements, and he hit it to perfection. Kevin Warren, he doesn't look too happy, actually. He's pretty stone-faced. Even during this one, they're showing a picture on him right now. Bears president and CEO, a lot of decisions for him to make coming up. Kevin Warren. The Bears are going to have picks here. First overall pick, they're going to have picks also in round 3, 2 in round 4, and round 5 this year. Just 1. Oh, no, 2. Sorry, 2. You're right, 2, because the Bears are going to have their own first-round pick. They have 2 first-round picks. Here comes the kickoff from Gill, and Cordero Patterson once again wants nothing to do with it. First and 10. Atlanta needs something. They need to start working on it right now. Let's see what they do here. Can the Bears defense continue to stop them too? Shotgun now for Heineke. Pitts in motion. Hand off to Robinson. Robinson up the middle. He trudges forward for 6. On a side note, it's 20-0 New Orleans. So it looks like the NFC South is going to be open for business for at least one more week. If that game holds, both the Buccaneers and the Saints are going to be 8-8. And Mark from Fort Worth, Texas, good to see you. 2nd and 4. 38 seconds to go, third quarter. Shotgun for Heineke. Going to hand this ball off. Up the middle goes Robinson. He's going to be a yard short. 3rd and 1 to come. The Bears outpacing Atlanta in total yards, plays, times of possession, and also first downs. 3rd and 1, 2 on the clock in the third quarter. Atlanta's going to run a final play. It's going to be a run. Algier trying to trudge forward. I think he might have gotten it. He did a good job of getting a second effort to get the first down. I thought he got it. He did. That'll be the end of the third quarter. 0's on the clock. 1 quarter left. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Atlanta inside their own territory. And the Bears are up 27-10. Okay, 1 quarter left. We're going to do a reset here with 150 of you here with us now. This is Jon Zaghloul, Sports Talk Chicago, here with you. John Meadows is directing and producing. It's Bears and Falcons. We're providing play-by-play and commentary and a post-game show to come as we wrap this one up here. Bears up by 17, 1 whole quarter to go. Want to give a big shout-out to all of you for watching. If you're here on YouTube specifically, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel at Sports Talk Chicago. You can follow us all over. We're also live on my Instagram at John Z Sports and on our Twitch page at Sports Talk Chicago. You can also hit up all of our great radio and TV affiliates. At the top of your screen, they air our radio show and our TV show every single week. WKAN 105.5 The Ticket, ACTV, JTV, WJOB, and Cities 92.9 Talk FM. We're also working on a couple of more. So we appreciate everybody being here. So many of you here with us. We are loving it. We appreciate it. And what a fired up and engaging crowd that we've had, an engaging chat that we've had. And, we appreciate everybody being here, commenting, and hanging out with us here on another Sunday afternoon. Mm-mm. $153 of you here with us. Appreciate the subscriptions and the likes on this video. Atlanta needing playoff help. Here we go. It's going to be passed and incomplete, nearly picked. Heineke looking for somebody downfield. That didn't work. 14:55 to go. The fourth quarter is officially underway. 2nd and 10. Heineke was thinking across the middle. That was nearly picked. Man, he has looked horrendous today. 2nd and 10. Edwards almost picked it off. Shotgun for Heineke. One of his receivers in motion. 3 wide receiver set, 2 tight ends. And on this play for the Falcons. Heineke hands this one off. And that is Bijan Robinson up the middle. He gets 10, 15 yards near midfield. Big run for Robinson. So Bijan Robinson making it happen and pushing the Falcons forward. Have an ineffective quarterback play. Could Robinson be a key here? Robinson today, 63 yards on the ground. Falcons at their own 48. First and 10, shotgun for Heineke. And up. Robinson up the middle again, this time past midfield, officially into Bears territory, gain of 3. Edwards on the tackle. Second down to come. Second and 7. Right from midfield at the 50. Here's Heineke. Deep pass! Incomplete and nearly picked. Overthrew his target downfield. Brisker almost had it. And the target was John Fitzpatrick, the tight end, and that would have been a big completion and pass for Heineke. But again, just cannot keep it on track and find his guys. 3rd and 7. Got a shotgun here from Heineke. Pitts in motion. Trips to the near side for Atlanta. Here's Heineke. Pump fakes, now fires. That ball's caught, but it's not going to be enough for the first down. Couple of yards short is Jefferson on the reception. And at this point up here in Atlanta, I would assume you're in 4-down territory. And a little bit of a scuffle, a little bit of a fight here between Atlanta and the Bears on the field. Officials going to break this one up. Don't know why that started. It's officially 4th and 2, but there was some fighting. Now flags fly. Going to be key to see who this is called on. Bergeron has his helmet off for Atlanta. And if it's a penalty on Atlanta, it's going to really kill him. Oh, it might be. I don't know who this is going to be on. Personal foul on the defense. Come on. Why are you doing this right now? You just forced him to a 4th and 2. Yep. You just forced him to a 4th and 2, and now they're going to get a first down. That's Justin Jones, unnecessary roughness. Come on. All right. That's an automatic first down. So instead of 4th and 2, it's going to be a first down and good field position for Atlanta. They're going to be recharged from the 30. Heineke calls an audible. Going to be a shotgun here for Heineke. 5 wide receiver set. Heineke back to pass. He's going to fire. Quick pass. That ball's caught. Van Jefferson on the reception. Second down. Second and 4, a 6-yard gain. Shotgun for Heineke. He's back to pass. Fires. Incomplete. Troublesome. Third down and 4 to come. Certainly 4-down territory, though, for Atlanta. Third and 4. Shotgun for Heineke. Hits in motion. 4 wide receiver set. Here's Heineke back to pass. Heineke in trouble. Avoids pressure. He's going to try and run it, and he's going to get the first down and more. Heineke 10-5, and he's in. Touchdown, Taylor Heineke. 27-16. Running out of desperation. He scores all the way. Wow. The penalty from Jones extends the drive. Heineke from 24 yards gets in. Here's the PAT. The kick is up, and it is good. 27-17, 12:22 to go, fourth quarter. Hey, it's not over yet. Wow, I can't believe he made it in. Oh, my goodness. Heineke, he just kept going. I mean, I am stunned that he had the blocking because that play was him running out of the pocket to try and get the first down. If you saw in that play, he was just reaching for the marker, then realized, hey, I have some room. Well, 22 to go. Maybe he was too. Yeah, it could have been pointing to blockers as well. The Bears were bearing down on him, but just could not catch him. Well, here's the situation. Bears up by 10, 12:22 to go. This is Sports Talk Chicago. I will say this, if the Bears don't score and then Atlanta gets the ball back, that's a scary position they're going to be in. So the Bears really got to put something together here. And, we talk about Justin Fields. I know he's done great today. You're going to get all pissed off, but this is where you're a fourth quarter quarterback, right? Justin Fields' passer rating in the fourth quarter is still 63. So here's your opportunity to put a complete game together, score a touchdown, shut everybody up, and have the Bears go home happy. The problem is going to be if the Bears kind of give it away early, then Falcons score, then it's a 3-point game with 8 minutes to go. That's going to be the issue. So let's see what happens here for the Bears, and let's see how they approach this with Fields and Getsy and company. And this is why, again, we go back to Eberflus, right? We go back to Eberflus and talk about why he should stay. Why is it that every single time, right? Every single time we see this stuff, we talk about it, it's always, Matt Eberflus should stay, but every time we're talking about the Bears lapping around in the fourth quarter, Come on. Third Coast, if you're ahead and your stream is ahead, in terms of me, you're scaring the crap out of me right now. You said, wait till you see what happens next, John. I really hope it's nothing bad because I'm telling you, I'm going to be, oh boy, I'm going to lose it. All right, so Falcons are going to be kicking this football off. Velus Jones Jr. is back to return. I don't like this. So here comes the kick from Pinion. Jones wants nothing to do with it. It goes for the back of the end zone for a touchback. Okay. Well, here we go. Bears football. And the Jaguars are up 26-0. So that's good. Looks like the Bears going to get the number one pick here today. They're going to win no matter what. First and 10. Here comes Chicago from the 25. It's going to be Fields out of the shotgun. Tunyon in motion. Fields back to pass. Looking. He's going to fire. That ball's caught. It's DJ Moore. Moore. First down and more. Here goes DJ Moore. And a big gain. Fields and Moore connect again. Meanwhile, Baltimore's piling it on against Miami, 42-19. The Ravens on top. Big, big game. First and 10, Chicago, 11:50 to go. Shotgun for Fields. Bears at their own 46. High snap. Fields corrals it. He's going to hand this one off, rather. And 0 for Khalil Herbert on that play. Crossing route and a slant to the same game. Getsy breaking out all the stops. Yeah, because he knows his job's in jeopardy. I love how we wait till the last 2 games of the year to break out a frickin' slant and a crossing route and minimal screen passes. What a frickin' joke. 2nd and 10. 11:10 to go. Shotgun for Fields. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. He's in trouble. He's going to run the football. Fields past the 50, past the 40. Here goes Justin Fields. Up to the 30-yard line. But a flag. Hope it's not holding. Holding on the Bears. The Bears commit the penalty, so negate that run from Fields. It's still going to be 2nd down, and they move back. That's tough. Lucas Patrick commits the hold. The Bears could overcome it, but that's a momentum killer there, too. Fields had some room, got up to the 30. Now, instead of getting over there, they're going to move back into their own territory, and it's going to be 2nd down. 2nd and 20 officially. Bears 5 penalties today. Falcons have yet to commit 1. Shotgun for Fields. Bears at their own 36. Fields. That's a screen pass, but gain of, maybe 3? Caught by Roschon Johnson. He caught it on the ground, but no one touched him, so he got up and gained 3. The classic screen breaks out now, of course, in a important situation. It's going to be 3rd down and 16 officially. So I don't know what the Bears are going to do here, or what they may or may not draw up. See what Luke Getsy draws up here. So here we go. It's 3rd and 16. The Bears need to convert here. If not, they're going to be punting. Shotgun for Fields. 5 wide receiver set for Chicago. Fields back to pass. Has some time. Fires. The ball's caught. But not enough for the 1st down. Johnson makes the catch. Gets back up to midfield, which was a nice second effort. But it's going to be 4th down and maybe 10. I don't know who went to the tent. Somebody's in the tent for the Bears. Oh, maybe it's DJ Moore? I don't know. The Bears are going to punt, though. It's 4th and 6. Here's Gill. And I think it is DJ Moore who went to the tent, which is also not good. Gill is going to punt. It's 4th and 6. 8:58 to go. Atlanta's going to get the football back, believe it or not. And here comes the punt. This is a punt from the Bears and Gill. Ooh, Gill got hit. I'm surprised there's going to be no penalty back there. That could be trouble. A ball is going to go through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Gill got murdered. No penalty. He's on the ground just getting up. 1st and 10 Atlanta to come. Stevenson's back in. All right. But the Bears need a stop here. And I'll tell you what, if Atlanta scores, it's a 1-possession game, people. So, even with the field goal, it's a 1-possession game. So let's see what happens here. The Bears need a stop defensively. They need to hope that Heineke screws up. Yes, Stevenson not only is back, and you're right, Michael, that's right. Stevenson had that pick earlier, which was amazing. Really a nice play on his part. Stevenson is back after being hurt earlier. He has a pass breakup, too, from what I can recall. So he's done a really good job today. Take a look at some updated stats, too. Tough game for Heineke. He's 9 of 23 for 163 yards. 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Fields, 20 of 30, 268, 1 touchdown. This is probably one of Fields' best games of the year, maybe even his career, I would say. He's doing a really good job. Yeah, but Heineke just sucks, right? Oh, really? So I know he isn't going to screw up. He has coaches. Well, his coaching isn't the best, and either way, Heineke himself is just not good. So that's the reason why he's screwing up. I mean, he's 9 of 23 with 2 picks and a touchdown. Those 2 picks have sucked. By the way, shout out to Dan Tana. Jesse Bates, his cousin, leads the Atlanta Falcons in tackles today with 7. Pretty cool. Cool stuff. $160 people here with us now. We love it. Great to see all of you. Hit the like button before you head out, or hope you stay with us, I should say. We got a ways to go in this one. Atlanta's going to get the football back, and this is going to be really a game-defining possession for them. They're down by 10. If they score, it's a one-possession game, and they need this. I mean, they, especially with how things are going. Again, if you're just tuning in, NFC South is undecided. The Saints are going to beat the Buccaneers. Both teams will go to 8-8. The Falcons could win, too, and go to 8-8 themselves and have a 3-way tie entering the final game of the season. Here's Heineke. Shotgun, first down. Quick pass, incomplete. Off the hands of London, and the ball goes out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. And the Cardinals are about to beat the Eagles. Talk about an all-time collapse for Philadelphia if that holds. Second and 10, here we go. 27-17, shotgun, low snap, Heineke corrals it. Looking downfield, sideline, incomplete. Overthrew his man, open on the sides. How old is the NFL? Can it really be this hard to close a game when you have a lead? Thank you, Bruce. Comment of the day there. Yep, the Bears continually just find ways to blow leads. They're down at 10. Going to be 4-down territory, I would assume, for for Atlanta. Talking about the Cardinals there. Shotgun for Heineke. 4-wide receiver set. Back to passes. Heineke, pocket collapses quickly. Heineke in trouble. He's going to fire. Incomplete. That ball hit the ground, and Heineke got hit hard. 4th and 10. What will Atlanta do here? Sweat is walking off the field. He created a big pressure right there, so I wonder if they're going to actually punt. Oh, Sweat almost had him. And Sweat actually ended up hitting him afterwards. Sweat got him hard. 4th down and 10. And oh my goodness, they're going to punt. Here's Pinion on a 4th and 10. A wasted opportunity for Atlanta. Taylor is going to return this ball from the 43. Taylor has some room to go. He's going to get into Atlanta territory. Good run up to around the 44. The Bears will start at the Atlanta 44. Here comes Justin Fields. A chance to put this game away. John, no reason you shouldn't have over 100,000 subs. Keep it up. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that, man. 1st and 10. Here we go. Heineke on the sideline. He's even walking a little bit weird. I don't know if we may even see Desmond Ridder later. High formation for Chicago on 1st and 10. Probably going to run this ball out, run the clock out. Going to be a pitch. Roschon Johnson on the carry. He gains 2. 2nd and 8 to come for Chicago. Blasingame leading the blocking there. Cardinals up 35-31. The Bears have clinched the number 1 pick, by the way, too. That is official now. So the Bears get the number 1 pick. Second and 8. 7:50 to go. 2 timeouts left for Atlanta. They're not using them yet. Shotgun for Fields here. No fullback on this play. 3-wide receiver set. Fields is going to run it himself. And he gets hits and slides at the same time. Maybe a gain of 1 if he's lucky. It's going to be 3rd down and long to come for Chicago. Meanwhile, yeah, they're showing the highlight here. So the Cardinals are up 35-31 over Philadelphia with about 20 seconds to go. I can't believe it. Don't know how that one's going to end. Cardinals are 3-12. Could be playing spoiler. They're down at 7. Tunyon in motion. 4 wide receiver set for Chicago. Shotgun for Fields. He's back to pass. 3rd and 7. Fields in trouble. Pocket collapsing. Fields still on his feet. Fields is going to run the football, and he is going to get the first down. Justin Fields. He took a hard hit. Still on his feet. Gets the first down, moves the chains. Fields once again avoids the pressure. He was in deep trouble, but found a way to move forward. The Falcons just couldn't get him. Ooh, but a hard hit late. 1st and 10. Fields out of the shotgun, blasting game in motion. And a handoff. Roschon Johnson stays on his feet, gains about 5. Second and 4. Well, the Giants just had a punt return for a touchdown. Can't believe it. They're down by 1 to the Rams as we speak. 10-point game, by the way. New Orleans on top of the Bucs, 23-13. Shotgun for Fields. He is going to roll out. He fires. That ball is incomplete. 3rd and 4. Tunyon, the intended target, he overthrew him. 3rd down and 4. The Bears at least are in field goal range, so I think they're going to be okay here, even with a field goal. Rich, thanks for the update. The Cardinals won. The Cardinals upset Philadelphia today. That is huge. The Bears clinched the number 1 pick as well. Also huge. Shotgun for Fields. Tunyon in motion. 4 wide receiver set. Tunyon lines up in the slot. Back to pass is Fields. Looking. Fires to the end zone. Incomplete. DJ Moore, the intended target. He got one hand on it. One-on-one coverage. Moore slow to get up as well. It's 4th and 4. Moore's walking slowly off the field. Good defense by Atlanta on that play. So with 4th and 4, I would assume they're going to try to kick a field goal here. Heineke's getting his helmet back on. Moore had one hand on it, just couldn't get the other. It's going to be a field goal here for Santos. He kind of needs to make this, too. From 42. The kick is up, and it is good. 30-17. Michael, you're right. It is a 13-point game. I mean, it's not over, but this will force Atlanta to score 2 touchdowns in 5 minutes. Now, it's been done before against the Bears, so I can't say it's impossible, but if Taylor Heineke's throwing the football, I don't know if that's going to happen. The Bears solidify things at least a little bit. You are right. No lead is safe. I'm going to have to see how the rest of this one plays out. 4:59 to go. It's a 13-point game. So here we go. Gill will kick this one off. Atlanta's kind of bunched up right around the 10-yard mark. Maybe they're anticipating an onside kick. I don't know, but they're kind of bunched up near there. This will be a real kick, though. Kickoff from Gill through the back of the end zone, and we do not get to see Cordero Patterson today so far. 4:59, here comes Heineke. Hodbridge 62 of you here with us. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Hang out with us here. 4:59 to go. The Bears need to stop Atlanta. It's a 13-point game with about 5 minutes left. Shotgun for Heineke. No running back, 5 wide receivers. Quick pass. It's going to be a screen to Bijan Robinson. He gets nowhere. Good job of the Bears defense. All over it. 2nd and goal. Second down and 10. Bears up by 13. A pick here would end it. Heineke in trouble. Sacked. Dexter on the sack. Good job by the Bears. They force Heineke to go down. That's a big play for Chicago. 3rd down to come. 3rd and 17. Heineke fires. Incomplete. London, the intended target, he had nothing. It's 4th and 17. I have no idea what they're going to do. They probably need to go for it here if they want to. I don't know. Heineke's limping. Heineke is still limping. And I think they're going to stick with him here on 4th and 17. Here we go. They're going to go for it here. This is pretty much it. Shotgun for Heineke for the game. Heineke in trouble. Avoids the pressure. Fires downfield. Intercepted. Bears win it. Brisker ends it. Hopefully. Wow, what a play. Heineke tried to, I don't know what he tried to do. Hero ball right there, and that didn't work. I'm sorry, that was Gordon, actually. Gordon with the pick. Wow. Okay. All right. Gordon with a backflip in the end zone. The Bears have this one hopefully all settled down and suited up. First and 10, 3:58 to go. Heineke on the bench. Here is Fields out of the shotgun. Probably going to be a lot of running here from the Bears. Yep, it's a pitch. Here's Herbert. Gain of a couple. Wow, what a big interception. Not surprised considering how bad Heineke's been today, but certainly helps to end things and suit things up. Second down and 8. Bears still both 3 timeouts. Atlanta, I think, used one, and that's Desmond Ridder on the sidelines warming up. So if Atlanta does get the ball back, we might see Ridder in the game. Shotgun for Fields here. 2nd and 8. High snap. Going to be handed off, and a big run opportunity for Herbert. 10-5, and he is out. Out at the 1. A huge run for Herbert. First and goal. That'll do it. They're going to check and see if maybe he even got in. I think he was out. I think the foot hit the out-of-bounds line before the ball hit the pylon, but if they show it again here. I don't know. It's close. First and goal, Herbert with 123 yards. From the 1. Here come the Bears. Fields under center I formation. 3:40 to go. Commit in motion. Fields Hand off to Herbert. Herbert is in! Touchdown Bears! 36-17. And that will do it. Khalil Herbert. And the Bears with a convincing victory over Atlanta. Here is Santos. Top of the PAT. More snow at Soldier Field. See if that distracts him a bit. The kick is up, and it is good. The Bears up by 20 with 3:39 to go. Heineke throws the pick, and the Bears are set up easily for a nice touchdown. No passing on that drive, all runs, and the Bears get in. .339. 3 turnovers for Atlanta. That was the big reason why they have fallen short here today. The Bears have scored 10 points off of turnovers. 3:39 to go. Here we go. The Bears are going to win their 7th game of the year, too. If they hold on, of course. Wow, the snow's really picking up now at Soldier Field. Heineke on the sidelines. Not that it matters really if he even comes in. This game's pretty much over. Here comes the kick from Gill. No return. Cordero Patterson lets it go. So at this point, I don't know what Atlanta's going to play for, but they got 3:39 to go. They're down by 20. We'll see who their quarterback is first. By the way, Baltimore's up 56-19 over Miami. Wow. They're going to put up maybe 60. Desmond Ridder in at quarterback for Atlanta. 1st and 10. Shotgun for Ridder. Pitch to Bijan Robinson. Goes to the outside. Robinson has some room to go. Robinson with a gain of 10. He's been one of the only bright spots offensively today for Atlanta. Shotgun. Here's Ridder. Fires across the middle. That ball's caught. Checked down. A gain of maybe 5. Caught by Pitts. .259 to go. Shotgun for Ridder again on 2nd and 5. Ridder fires. That ball's caught. Check down to Robinson. Gets the first down and a bit more. And the Falcons are nearing midfield here. Shotgun. Once more on 1st and 10. Ridder fires. Quick pass. That ball's caught. Out of bounds goes the wide receiver London. On the catch, he gains about 6. Ridder barking out commands to his players. Oh, the time will continue to tick as well. I don't know why that is, but okay. Shotgun here for Ridder. Ridder down the sideline. Intercepted again! Another interception for the Bears. Stevenson, his 2nd of the game. Oh, 4 picks for the Bears defense. They did it again. Ridder with just a poor throw, and he was actually hit as he threw it, which makes more sense. hit as he threw the football. His throwing motion was stopped, and it was easily picked off by Stevenson. Very nice. 2:07 to go. Atlanta has only one timeout. They have 4 turnovers. My gosh. Shotgun for Fields here. Velus Jones in motion. Hand off. And a gain of maybe 1. That will take us to the 2-minute warning. Ryan Poles on the field. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, I think Atlanta actually called a timeout here with 2:01 to go. Yep, they did. Last time out of the game, used by Atlanta here, 2:01 to go. The Cardinals officially win 35-31. New Orleans wins and Tampa loses. They're both 8-8 entering the final game of the season. That's going to be interesting. The Rams hold off the Giants. They're at 9-7. And the Texans with a big win. They're at 9-7 too. New Year's wishes. Okay, who cares? Here we go. 2:02 to go, 2nd and 9. Tunyon in motion. Fields under center. They fake the handoff. Fields is going to pass. Okay. Fields looking. Ball's out. Fumble. Recovered by Chicago. Why are you throwing the football here? 1:52 to go. That'll be the 2-minute warning. I don't understand that one. I just don't get that at all. Yeah, that made no sense. I'll add that. Just a confusing situation there. I don't even get that, but okay. 1:52 to go, and yeah, why are you throwing in that play? I'm fully with you. Fully with you. Don't get that one. So, 1:52 to go. The Bears are up by 20. Fields fumbled that one. He was hit as he tried to throw it. Strip sack. Strip sack there. In case you were wondering. Somebody asked, yeah. There's the fourth quarter fumble. Minute 52 to go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you don't even run or even, I mean, I don't want to say knee it, but even kneeing it. Go ahead. Let him knee it a couple of times. Let him call one more time out, punt it. Let him score a touchdown for all you care. Who cares? Why subject Fields to getting battered, hit hard, and then fumbling the football? That is weird. But anyways, 1:52 to go. The Bears making things happen. By the way, keep it right here after the game. We're going to do a quick post-game show. You don't want to miss that. So we're going to recap this game, look forward to what's ahead. The Bears now have the number 1 pick, so herein lies the big decision to come already. There's going to be a lot to discuss. I hope you stay with us here on STC. I hear what you're saying, Jim, but no matter what, that ball came out. You know, I mean, that was a clear strip sack. Whether it was taped up or not, that ball was loose. I mean, he got killed. Really no reason to throw the football there. Here we go. Fields is out of the shotgun here on 3rd and 25. 1:52 to go. And it's going to be a handoff. So minimal gain there for the Bears, maybe about 5. That was Roschon on the carry. 1:40. They're going to let this clock run down. Probably going to punt it with about a minute to go. I mean, Getsy should go. Again, we'll discuss for sure. Here comes the punt from Gill, who's had 3 today, averaging 48 yards per punt. Actually, doing a really good job today, specifically. Hasn't all year, but has done good today. So here comes the punt on 4th and 18. This will be returned at the 25-yard line. Room to run for Atlanta. Now down, oh boy, up to the 40, and a nice return with 52 seconds. And a flag late. The return there by D. Alford, who almost returned it all the way earlier in this one off the short field goal attempt from Santos. Penalty here. See if this flag's out. During the return, personal foul on the return team. So that will move back Atlanta a bit. The Bears, assuming they hold on, are going to go to 7-9, and I guess technically they're still not eliminated from playoff contention as of now. I'm kind of surprised. I would assume that Seattle would need to win to fully eliminate them. If Seattle loses, though, it's wide open. So here we go with 52 seconds left on the clock. I mean, this is it for Atlanta. Maybe they're going to try and score something to make the score look better, but that's about all I can see happening here. "52 seconds. Desmond Ridder in a quarterback for Atlanta. From the 24. Handoff. Algier on the carry. He gains a couple. 40 seconds left. No timeouts for Atlanta. Shotgun for Ridder with 20 seconds. Another handoff. Algier again. Gains 3. Some pushing and shoving between both teams. With 8 seconds left on the clock, that should do it. The Bears win it. 37-17, the final score of the postgame show. Coming up next right here on Sports Talk Chicago. Stay with us. Let's talk. Let's recap. Let's discuss. Let's have a good time. The Bears win. We're left wondering what they're going to do. We're ready? The Bears win 37-17 over Atlanta, and on the same day, they clinched the number 1 overall pick. What are they going to do? It's Sports Talk Chicago. Here with Jon Zaghloul. Appreciate everybody tuning in and hanging out here with us. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the like button on this video. Follow us all over at Sports Talk Chicago. John Meadows directing and producing. Good to see all of you after a nice Bears victory, a clean Bears victory. Something that we haven't really said nor talked about for the majority of this season. The Bears, at one point, made it a close game, but they were always up by 2 possessions to their credit, even in the third and fourth quarter. They didn't really hit the lull that's been hurting them throughout the season. Justin Fields had a decent game, 20 of 32, 268, 1 touchdown, no picks, and 1 fumble late, but it was recovered by the Bears. Khalil Herbert, 124 yards and a touchdown. DJ Moore with 9 catches for 159 yards. The Bears defense forces 4 interceptions. 4! And that was a huge reason why the Bears won. They scored 10 points off of turnovers, but they got consistent short fields and opportunities to score easily with all of those interceptions. Talk about ineffective quarterback play from the Falcons, and that really hurt them today too. Taylor Heineke was atrocious at quarterback. 10 of 29 for 163 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 picks. Desmond Ridder, who came in late, even threw a pick. 4 picks in total. The run game was there for Atlanta, and at times it seemed like they were in it. But the Bears' defense did it all today. forcing turnovers, berating both quarterbacks, Ritter and Heineke. And then Justin Fields and company on the offensive side did exactly what they needed to do. Fields really had one of the cleanest games that I've seen him play all year, let alone maybe his whole career, really, as far as clean goes. I mean, you could say that Broncos game was huge, but that fourth quarter was horrendous. This was the cleanest, complete game that I think we've ever seen Justin Fields play. It wasn't unbelievably flashy. It was, hey, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to find ways to avoid pressure. I'm going to throw a touchdown pass, run one in as well, and never turn the ball over. To his credit, he played great. I can't say anything wrong about Justin Fields and how good he played today. I think he looked great. And that's a big reason why they won. In addition to their defense forcing 4 picks, that is a huge reason why they won here today. The Bears are officially still in the hunt at 7-9. I really don't care about that. The key is, though, and this broke during the game, the Bears now are officially given the number 1 overall pick. The Panthers lost to Jacksonville and C.J. Beathard. So now the Bears have the number 1 pick. They're officially on the clock, and the question becomes, what will they do? Now, they won today. They're 7-9. People are happy. People are feeling well. The Packers game is going to be huge. I don't think that should make or break what happens to Eberflus or Fields or Getsy, etc. But those are going to be questions that are going to come up. The number 1 pick, though, is going to be in the Bears' hands. Ryan Poles has a job-making decision coming up. A make-or-break decision for his future in Chicago. Is he going to draft a quarterback? Is he going to trade out of the spot? Is he going to keep Justin Fields? How will they approach this situation? And that's going to be really difficult. Really tough. I don't want to get into it fully now. We will throughout the offseason, even next week. This is more of a recap video, but it's something to keep in mind and start thinking about. This is no longer a well, we'll see. Because there were arguments in the past that, okay, if the Bears don't get the number 1 pick, you might as well keep Fields. But it is official now. They have the top pick. What will they do, and how will they treat the quarterback position? I want to say one more thing, too. This isn't going to be too long, actually. This was a good game. I will say this, no matter what. Luke Getsy has to go. We've seen that all year. We know about his shortcomings, but let me just say this. Just over 2 minutes to go. Bears are already up by 20. The game's essentially over. He decides to pass the football with Justin Fields, even though Atlanta only had 1 timeout. He puts Fields up in shotgun. Fields has nowhere to throw. Held the ball too long, and then he got hit hard, sacked. The ball came out. Now, the Bears recovered it, which was fine. Not that the game would have ended in a specific way, but see, these are the types of things that we talk about when we talk about IQ and ability to call offensive plays. Why was that play even called? Why are you passing the football? Atlanta had 0 timeouts left. It was 2:01 left, okay? You run the ball, you don't score, then punt it anyway. You punt it with 1:50 to go, and they get the ball back, they score. Let's say they do. Who cares? Why was there a pass play called there? Fields could have gotten hurt. Not kidding. He was hit hard. That ball could have been recovered for a touchdown. It would have easily been maybe a somewhat of a different game, more urgency. There is no IQ at times when it comes to Luke Getsy calling plays. And this goes to a larger issue that nobody really wants to talk about, but I'm going to say it here now. I have no idea why Matt Eberflus is going to get to stay. Now, you could say the defense has gotten better, and they've won 7 games. They've certainly improved. Let me explain to you why Matt Eberflus is not deserving to be the Bears head coach next year. Take me about 5 minutes. Not even. It's pretty easy to say. He is the 2nd worst coach in Bears history by winning percentage. That's not a lie. That's a fact. Look it up. The 2nd losingest coach in Bears history by winning percentage. He did not develop Justin Fields. I don't care if he's a defensive guy or not. As a head coach, you have to develop your players, your quarterback. That's another issue. He hired Luke Getsy. We all hate Luke Getsy. We all say that Getsy needs to go, and we're all right. But who hired Luke Getsy? Who brought him in, and who said, yes, I want him to be my offensive coordinator on my staff? That was Matt Eberflus, who, by the way, also, and this counts against him, had the Allen Williams thing happen, and had the running backs coach get fired midseason too. He's a horrible judge of character and does not know how to hire coaches for his staff. Oh, and by the way, just a couple of weeks ago, this wasn't old news or early in the year. Just 2 weeks ago, the Bears blew another 10-point lead in the 4th quarter against Cleveland. This stuff continues to happen. He is not a head coach. I don't know why he's going to get to stay. According to some reports, it's not official, but it seems that way. But there have been enough things to tally up this year that would justify him being axed. I don't get why there's any justification for him staying, nor do I understand why people would defend him. I get that the defense has been good, better. But you know what? When you look at everything else that's occurred on this team this year, all the chaos and the BS that we've seen occur and happen, Matt Eberflus still has more points against him than for him. He's going to get to stay. They're going to pin this on Getsy, and Getsy surely needs to go. But remember who hired Luke Getsy. Remember who's going to hire the next offensive coordinator, especially if Eberflus stays, right? So this is not going to be a sure thing, especially if Eberflus is calling the shots and thinking he's going to hire somebody that he wants, because clearly the people that he wants suck. Alan Williams, who was bad regardless of his off-the-field stuff, and now Luke Getsy too. Those are things that have to be considered and have to be looked into. You know, this team won 7 games, and yeah, that is an improvement. I'm honestly surprised. They had an easy schedule here near the end, but they won 7 games. Fair enough. And you're going to keep around a guy who had so much controversy and issues infiltrate his team all year. To me, it makes no sense to keep and hold on to Matt Eberflus. He should go. And Getsy's going to go, I would hope, right? Then from there, what are you going to do at quarterback? Well, you guys know how I feel about that, but we could have more conversations on it. I mean, Fields played a great game today. Again, I am not going to take anything away from him. I thought, in my opinion, this was actually probably the cleanest game he's ever played. In general, clean. No fumbles, not 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, literally nothing. You know, he had the fumble late, but that was a bad play call. I'll give him that. Still the 1 touchdown, no picks. Rushing touchdown 2, 260-plus yards. Great game. Is he going to be the long-term answer? I don't know. I still don't think so. But we'll see how next week goes, and we'll see how this offseason goes. The Bears aren't guaranteed the number 1 pick, so that is going to make a big difference, and it's going to be a big deal in terms of how they approach the situation. They could draft from the best of the best. They could draft the best quarterback in the draft class. Are they going to do that or stick with Fields? Remember, Ryan Poles has a job to save, to keep. He's not going to go anywhere now, but if he screws up this decision, he will be fired eventually. So keep that in mind, too. Ryan Poles is also going to be looking out for himself. Same with Kevin Warren. Same with Eberflus if he somehow stays. It's going to be tough. And we'll see how this all goes and how this all works out. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here today. That'll do it for us on Sports Talk Chicago. Big thank you to John Meadows directing and producing. Thank you to all of you for watching. Follow us all over at Sports Talk Chicago. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Hit up all of our great radio and TV affiliates near the top of your screen. Be a part of the conversation this week and all weeks as well as we provide you the best and the most effortful Bears news that we can. We work hard here, and we're appreciative of all of you for taking the time to be fans and join us each and every week. Until next time, so long, everybody.